Good night, y'all.
Good night, Trobes.
Good night, Trubs.
Who was that? Alright, man.
Have fun.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? I see Aurelia just yeeted herself. It's... Happy your VTuber debut worked out. I am too. Hope everyone's doing good. I just got the tweet out. Do me the favor, go give that some love. Let me find you guys the sauce for today's art. Wait. Is Aurelia actually... Hold on, chat. Let me test something. Okay, that's weird. Why did that not play a sound? Oh. That is very odd. Okay. I don't know what the hell that was. Deontay, thank you for the 53. How's it going? I don't like having to troubleshoot that every single time. Okay. Let's get this party started. Hello everybody. Everything's working as intended with no problems at all? Yeah. So, obviously, I did not get to stream at all this weekend. I have to apologize for that. My back was that bad. Hello, Ein. Jade, thank you for the 56. Appreciate it. But no, I mean that the intention was to be live for you guys Friday. I didn't get to talk to you guys about the Mr. 2 announcement that he came out with. I didn't get to talk to you guys about any of the actual strengthenings. So it is what it is. I presumptively could have gone live Saturday, but I said, you know what, I'll take it easy. And then actually Sunday, my back got worse. So like, I don't know why, but I suffered like relapse basically. Today I'm doing okay, but I'm kind of beginning to learn that like it's still tender because I've been on it like all day and had to kind of like sit up and do work and all that stuff. So never let our Trey buff made Cad's back act up, Sag. Yeah, we're gonna go through not only the strengthenings that I missed, but also just in general, kind of talking to you guys about the like how I think the devs did with the entirety of the strengthenings. I do think they could have done better in some ways. I'll talk to you guys about that though, and we'll just have to see. But I did kind of want to address that elephant in the room that yes, I'm sorry, I did tell you guys I was going to be live, and then I kind of just vegged out. We watched some movies in VIP, and I just kind of tried to take it easy to an extent. I did get some farming done in First Descendant. I've almost got Ultimate Bunny unlocked. I just need the code for her, but honestly, those codes are ass, and I don't know that I want to keep farming it, so it is what it is. So, Cat, is it true you hurt your back carrying the FGO community on Twitch? No. I mean, I'm not the only person that's around at this point, but I definitely have been around. I think of all the FGO streamers that are out there. I think I'm now like the veteran aside from Trubs. I think Trub's the only streamer that still consistently streams that has been around longer than me. Of the other ones, others have either just kind of like basically left FGO or I don't know, like just kind of retired from streaming at this point. Bro, getting X-ray backs are no joke. That's kind of what my parents were telling me. I've just like I've had back pain before. I've never had it this bad. I actually like this was really funny because I had to go over to my parents' house because my mom screamed at me that I needed to get some pain meds. I don't keep any pain meds in the house. I never really have like needed to take them. Most of the time whenever I suffer an injury or like any sort of like problem, I just tough it out. So this was the first time that I was really like, oh shit, give me some pain meds. At least for the first time in several years. I've certainly had painkillers before, but never anything too bad. Two nights, one day till JP summer. Yep. Did I see the Genshin streamer Fob play FGO last night? I did not. News to me. Acetaminophen is nice. I'm basically on ibuprofen because I like with the way the back was, I assumed it was some sort of like how do I put this? Like some sort of like strain or sprain or something like that. Cause like it basically is a sharp pain in my back, but I can also feel it almost feels like there's like a little ball in my back that's like of tightly wound like rope, and it just keeps like constricting as I go to do stuff, and that's what's causing the pain. And so I was like, oh, I've probably got some sort of inflammation, and that's why I've been taking the ibuprofen. I avoid pain meds like the plague too, only when I can't work because of pain. Yeah, and that's basically how it was. Like I went into work Friday and I actually left work early on Friday. I didn't really want to like suffer through it too much because it was to the point that like I can sit in a chair, but I could not like lean forward. I could not like, do work and move around and stuff like that. And it was to the point that like it was painful even to move. So I kind of just like hobbled back to the partner's office because my dad was busy in a meeting. And I told him, I was like, listen, I don't think I'm coming back. I'm just going to go to lunch and I'm just going to go home and like lie down on the heating pad and grab some painkillers. And he's like, yeah, the same shit happens to me. I was like, oh no. So it is what it is. I assume it's just Cad's not the spring chicken he used to be. Who do you like more, Asuka or Ray? I'm not particularly like partial to either. I guess Ray, but that's because like Asuka's the typical like tsundere. I had a chronic one for 5+ years. I don't wish it on my worst enemy. It's funny you say that because I said the exact same thing. Like I was like one of the evenings, I think it was Friday night, I was like hobbling back to my chair and I was like, I don't wish this shit on my worst enemy. This summer has been spent recovering from back surgery, but let me tell you, it's night and day. The things are so much better now. Good. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, like I assume it's just that I'm like terminally in a chair at this point, and so like posture is a big thing for me. I actually normally have pretty good posture on stream. I'm usually either sitting all the way back in my chair or I'm sitting straight up. And that usually is not the problem. Where my back started hurting was actually after I came home from work. So I assume it's however the posture that I was sitting in at work, staring at the screen, trying to do all that stuff. So that's where I assume I heard it originally. And for whatever reason, it was bad even since then. You have your wallet in your back pocket? I do, but I do not sit on it. If that makes any sense. So pretty much the only time I'll sit on it is in the car sometimes. And usually, like, for instance, if I'm at lunch, I actually take the wallet out of my pocket because I have to pay for lunch. So, but no, I don't sit at my desk on my wallet. Like, I take out my keys, it's really funny because I actually have a watch, but I take my watch off, I take my keys off, I take my AirPods out, and I remove my wallet. And that's how I sit at my desk. Probably my work doing its part. Yeah. Have you thought about a standing walking desk? Um, my problem is I'm extremely tall. So like I'm not going to say I can't stand up for long periods of time. I can. It's just uncomfortable. I'm sure I could probably adjust to it after a while, and I don't think I would hate it, but I do think I would hate it. I would like I'd have to get one of those desks that can actually like do both, right? Cuz like if it were just like, hey, you just can only stand at it, no, that would drive me insane. Would exercise help? Yes, probably. It's probably because I haven't been exercising enough. Do you sleep upside up or looking down or to the side? So I move around a lot in my sleep. I usually sleep on my back, but sometimes I sleep on either side, either my left side or my right side. But it was not the way in which I slept that hurt it. Because, dear Lord, so again, where it started hurting was Thursday night, and Friday, like Thursday evening as I was going to sleep, I already knew my back was hurt. It sucked, and I tried my damnedest to like get in a good like sleeping position, and when I woke up, it was even worse. She doesn't say hi to me anymore? She doesn't say hi to anyone anymore. She just instead now, like, actually waves to you on stream. Sleep on the floor for proper alignment? Why the fuck do I own a bed then? Maybe it's the VTuber conversion pain. I mean, no, in all seriousness, okay, you're not wrong. This is like legitimately I still feel like I haven't recovered from like all the heavy work that I did for the debut. And like I know that sounds like a cop out, but it's the truth, chat. Like it's part of the reason why you guys see me taking so many days off on the weekend from like stream is I'm trying my damnedest to just like relax and de-stress. Unfortunately, I keep having this like bad issue of like, oh, once I have free time, then I pick up like a grindy ass motherfucking game, and that doesn't allow me to just de-stress. I need to just sit there and like, I don't know, either find like a comfort game or like basically like just like veg out on some like TV shows or something. Cough cough first descendant, yeah. Minesweeper Pog? Listen. Listen, chat. Listen. Minesweeper's easy, okay? Okay, chat. Minesweeper is easy. Here's how this shit really goes. If you really want to see this, all right? This is how I be doing it now. So I play Sudoku. I play Sudoku, chat. And I'm normally pretty freaking fast at this. So I just end up going around marking everything, and then usually I can solve it. Whoops, that's not there. Then it's there and there, so it's those two, which means it's not those two. Means it's these, and then it's usually not too difficult once I've figured out the pattern in order for how to actually get through this. Let's do it like that. And then threes. Like it's both those two, those, that, which then means it's that one, which then means it's that one. See, it's not crosswords, chat. That's not how I get my fix, okay? It's literally mind games. That's how I get my fix. This is probably also why I'm so mentally tired all the time, because I constantly strain my brain. Mostly because my brain actually craves it. Where is it? Fives. Not used to playing on this monitor, so it is what it is. Sometimes I play at work in between things if I just need sensory input. And if you guys aren't familiar with Sudoku, it's basically just solving for numbers. And pattern recognition. Whoops. Didn't need to go there. Didn't see the 6 down there. Okay, then we got 7. And you just go through all the numbers, you mark off what you can. And you look for stuff, so that can't be it then. And then we got 8. No. I'm going to be slower. This isn't going to be one of my faster times. I think my fastest time is about 4 minutes for an expert. But usually that requires you to be able to mark the board extremely fast. And right now I am not marking the board extremely fast. In fact, I may have even missed one. 9s. Everything else will just be 9. Okay, so now we've got the whole board marked up. And usually it's just about, like I said, pattern recognition. So we've already got a pair right there. God, my screen is so damn messy. It's going to make it hard to see. I thought you were going to say solve for 300. No, just zooming in so that chat can actually see it a little bit better and so that I can as well as chat. Oh my god. Oh my god. I do not have very many patterns at all here. I'll try to explain them as I find them. But this is just a shit draw. No, there's 3s there. Wow. This is one of my slowest starts ever. So I've told you guys, right? Like I've had as fast as a 1 minute, or sorry, as fast as a 4 minute game. I've also had as long as a 40 minute game. It do be like that sometimes. So basically, I was able to recognize that only these two could be a one, so these two can't be a one. Means my one's all the way up top up there. No other place has a seven, so we can't have seven down here, down here. That makes this a six. That makes this a nine. That makes that a three. That makes that a seven. That makes that a one. Now we have a full row solved, and that usually starts, or column, I guess. It usually starts clearing things up as quickly as that. So you guys can see it starts basically solving itself. And this is really funny because right now it's looking like it was a trash heap to begin with, but all we needed to do was find like two things and the whole thing's going to solve itself. I kind of know how these games go at this point, and it's really freaking hilarious to watch. Okay, there's a 5, there's a 4. What do we got here? We got a 9. That's going to make this an 8. That's going to make that a 9. That an 8. That a 6. That a 5. 1, 2. 9, 1. 9, 6. All right. So that was, damn, that was a slow one. That was only a 6-minute one. That was expert level Sudoku in 6 minutes. Thank you for the $5 to spare. How are you doing today? Here's the alms for ruler buffs. I appreciate it. Clickbait chat title. Yeah, so I didn't purposely make it clickbait, but I realized after I typed it, I was like, no, this is good bait. I'll leave it as that. There is today's artwork. Go give the artist some love. Only, yeah, no. So like I said, I was sitting there. I could not find any like loose thread to pull at in that puzzle, and then immediately was just like, boom. And you guys can see I've played a shit ton of Sudoku at this point, so that's usually my guilty pleasure game at this point. Also, playing killer Sudoku is fun, but that one hurts your brain, and I don't like doing it that often. They have a special one where actually here, let me just show it to you guys again, just real quick, not to waste more time on it because I know chat doesn't actually care about Sudoku, but if you play killer. Killer is like the same shit. So like chat, here's killer expert Sudoku. You have to solve it and you get no numbers. And I have legitimately solved it, but none of these ever go fast. Because the way Sudoku works is like every single like 9x9 grid has all numbers 1 through 9 in it. So you know that it's going to have all the numbers. So like for instance, this is a 6, which means it can't be 3 and 3, so it has to be either 1 and 5 or like or like 2 and 4, right? Like it's got to be something like that. So that means like how you would do it is you would start just like being like, okay, this could be either 1 or 5 or 2 and 4, and then you kind of know and you solve from there, and eventually you narrow it down. So for instance, like right here, this is a gimme tile. That one's got to be a 1, and so now I know that this isn't 1. So therefore, it can't be 5 either in either of those. So it must be 2 and 4 here. So now 2 and 4 for this are solved. I don't know which one's which, but I'll eventually find out. That's how you do expert killer Sudoku, and it's fucking awful. I don't recommend anyone do it. It just straight up takes forever. Is there any ecchi or hentai Sudoku to play? Asking for a friend? Yeah, I'm sure you can find a game out there like that. Have you tried Picross? I have not. I've also had people tell me to do like crossword puzzles and stuff, but my brain works better with numbers. Anyways, let's go ahead and get started. Oh, it. Wait, where'd my phone go? I'll be right back, chat. Okay, I found it. Did your chair eat your phone again? No. Like all that, and I realized that like I just have not actually touched my phone, right? So let me get the OBS in this computer booted up. This stream is starting strong. Listen, chat. Chat, I'm on painkillers, okay? That's not the reason. Anyways, you guys can see I was making a little bit of progress here. Let me full screen this just so that chat doesn't have to see the filthy, disgusting OBS. There we go. But we like, again, it's half cost. It's 4 times success. There's another day left, so I have been working on some of my Grail projects. She's gone to 101. She's gone to 111. And she's gone to 104. I believe she started out at 100. She started out at 100. And she started out at 108. So basically, +3, +1, and +4. Yes. F Bunny, Tamamo buff, and Kayami buff. Listen, we're gonna talk about that in a minute. Just give me a second, chat. All right, let's start off with AP, the spending. And apologies for the boring ass nerdy Sudoku thing there. It's just one of my rare like latent talents, and I don't know why, and I've just always had it. Wait, did I actually get the page farmed for the? Yeah, chat, by the way, you have like a day. You might want to make sure that you get all of your like missions done on JP for the anniversary. They're kind of lucrative and you really don't want to miss. Is she a must roll in your opinion? Do you have to roll Draco? No. No, Draco is just a really good unit to roll. If we start thinking about it from the standpoint of like, hey, you know, just having good coverage, right? Draco's a unit that just has superb coverage. She just covers so many different classes, and she doesn't have the downside of a berserker, so it really does like benefit her. Okay. Let me pull up bot here so I see both of y'all. Can MP1 Moriarty Ruler do more damage than MP5 Buntoria? That's a good question. I'd have to look at that. I have seen the numbers for Moriarty. Moriarty's in a much better place. Hello, Disturbed. But you do it ASAP, so you don't have to worry about it later. The only one that was still like nagging me was I had to get the page drop one, and that one, like, I swear to God, the page just wouldn't drop. It was just being a persnickety little bastard. Must NP5 got it? Yeah, I mean, listen. But hits like a Zerk against him. Yep. Yeah, it's not about like you have to have Draco. It's just about the fact that Draco is a very good bang for your buck unit, especially as a single target. JP account does not have a single one of the SSRs that got buffs. Damn. Well, remember, you can always get them later, right? But I'll say this. I do believe that the devs need to just start going, you know what? Everybody can do the strengthening. But then that would mean that the devs were giving away a bunch of free courts, basically. And I don't think they want to do that. I'll knock out my remaining quest. That's going to take you a bit, especially because unless you already had all embers in the tank, like, so like whenever you're trying to level one of the extra classes, you really want to do it with the all embers. Like, it's just, I'm not going to say you can't do it. It's just more painful, right? Also happy that people may stop complaining about my second favorite ruler. Listen, Moriarty was never bad, but I will say that Mellison coming into the game really hurt him. Mellison's not the most OP person out there, but she is definitely more popular than him, and she straight up like had more capability than he had. So when Moriarty comes into the game, he's not in a bad place and he's actually fairly solid, but people just wanted to dunk on him and didn't like him. But the reality there is that he still was quite good until Mellison showed up, and then all of a sudden he was just second fiddle even to Mellison. So the issue at play there was that like a lot of people really didn't have a firm grasp even on how like Moriarty even worked. I saw people trying to say like he couldn't loop and shit like that, or he was not a good looper, and none of that was true. So it's just kind of one of those things where I think some people just have their biases and they don't really want to like they'll any unit that's not their favorite, they'll downplay. Any unit that they feel like is a threat to their favorite unit, they'll downplay. And that's just kind of how it is for a lot of people. Oh shit, I did not want to do that. Well, I guess I gotta do this now. There we go. I mean, Moriarty really good, but they aren't going to get me to roll him. I don't really like him. Yeah, that's fine. Like, nobody has to roll him. I just don't understand why people shit on units that they don't like. If you don't want to roll the unit, don't roll the unit. You don't have to shit on the unit to justify you not rolling the unit. I'll give you guys an example, right? People told me I was insane for not rolling Ibuki on JP. I don't care. I've done fine without her. Like, it is what it is. So it's just one of those things where I think a lot of people get really caught up in that sort of stuff. They start really playing towards their bias, and they can't seem to get out of their own bias. They don't understand that they're biased. They can't look at things objectively and realize that their own view is warped. Like, and I'm going to give you guys an example of this. If all I were to do in this game was farm, I would be a farming elitist and I would never consider anything to do with challenge content. Similarly, on the flip end, if all I did was challenge content and I never really farmed in this game, I would have a similarly warped view to the other side of the equation. It's why it's important to like kind of understand the way both ends think and kind of dabble in both. So that way you get a good idea and a good feel for what actually is important, not only just in general game sense, but also for you, the player, and what you want to prioritize. Like, I can give you guys the advice all I can, but I can only give advice from my own viewpoint. I can't give you advice that may be custom tailored to you, right? Most likely lying or not factoring in a mana pin. Oh, well, these are the sorts of people that if you pressure them, they'll actually just straight up admit to you that well, when we say that he's not a good looper, we mean because he has to use plug suit. And I'll be like, so you're saying that Space Ishtar can't be a good looper then? And you'll say that, and then you'll watch their eyebrows tilt, and they'll get very angry, and they'll be like, "Wait a minute, that's not what I meant. You can't say that." But the reality is, like, it's a really stupid metric to judge people based off of. It's like, oh well, if you require plug suit and a third support, you're not a good looper. I can say that I feel like if you're somebody that doesn't function well with double Castoria, you maybe aren't a good looper. But we're at this point in the game where it doesn't really freaking matter. We have so much charge and so much refund abound. So those sorts of arguments have kind of gone out the window over the years. I saw someone yesterday say they were pissed off and wanted to punt Summer Gareth because they got NP4 of her and no Lady Avalon after 10 tickets and one multi. I hope that they quit the game. I can understand being upset because you don't get the thing you want, right? People are just so fucking toxic in this community. It's ridiculous. And that's like, I'll be real with y'all, chat. That is number one, like one of the things that just tires me out the most. Like, I get so tired of basically trying to teach people the right way to like kind of think about this stuff and approach the game that comes at it with like a healthy mindset and being able to play with who you want and what you want. And the community will just constantly reset itself. It will constantly go like, no, I don't want to play with these other units. They suck. And they'll try to tell everybody that they suck. Question on Reigns: do I need to lore all of her skills, or am I okay to go 999? You definitely need to lore. I think it's her second and third. Both those are 20% charge skills. I'd have to double check the first, but I think the first is a guaranteed 10% charge. It is the flat 10. Okay. Damn. Reigns deserves all the 10s. Yeah, I mean, in all seriousness, if you're going to use her in anything remotely challenging, I would recommend luring it all. But I understand if somebody wants like to basically cut corners for right now. S1 is justice like her. I see. The only support I could think that you don't need to lure all the skills is Waver, because this 2 is irrelevant to farming and always gives 10%. Listen, I've seen people say that over the years, right? But like back in the day, back in the day, okay, back in the original times of FGO, yeah, no, that was tantamount to suicide because you really wanted all of Waver's skills on a short cooldown. But that was also back when we would take him into all sorts of challenge content. Nowadays, it's not nearly as prevalently used, so yeah, it's totally up to you. The original times, huh? Yep. Back when we were all younger. After seeing the League of Legends community, FGO looks cute. Oh, listen. I'm not saying FGO is the most toxic. There is a scale of toxicity, and League is certainly at the top of it, okay? Like, chat, I have played a grand total of like 10 ranked games in League, and I've been screamed at in like 7 of them. So, it is what it is. And like half the time, and this is kind of what I've learned, they're not even screaming at you because you did anything wrong. They're just screaming because they fucked up and they really need somebody else to place the blame on so that they can preserve their own mental state. And then hilariously, they end up undermining their own mental state anyways. You're an outlet for their frustration. 100%. 100%. And don't get me wrong, I've gotten angry at other players in League games myself. I just usually don't like if I shout to myself. I don't sit there and like type in chat and be like, go keep yourself safe and all that sort of stuff. It locks everybody into a 30-minute game of misery if anything goes wrong. Yeah, I mean that's just a general an issue with like any sort of ranked play, right? Let's switch back here to the Velks. Swing. I usually just default to the bigger community, the more toxic. Yeah, in general, you're not wrong. And the reason why that usually is the case is because the bigger the community, the more attraction of toxic people there are. So toxic people have a tendency to be louder than like anybody else. And so that just naturally means that you're going to have even more loud, annoying, toxic people the bigger the community gets, right? That being said, in smaller communities, it can almost be less tolerable because at least in the bigger community, you know that's a thing and it's a given. Whereas in a small community, there's only a couple of you and one motherfucker's really freaking annoying all the time. Have the Valks been put into Evocation Festival yet? Nope. I wish. think everybody and their brother wishes. But I hope you guys got the Valks from summer, because if you didn't, you missed them for the foreseeable future. Because it has not had a rerun. Though I'll go ahead and say this, chat. I'm willing to bet if they are not the Evocation Festival yet, and they allow JP to vote for reruns again, that event is getting voted next time. Because we already got Summer 6. Now we're gonna get Summer 7, because it also never had a rerun. I'm glad we finally have them on NA. They're usually fun to use. Oh no, I mean, like, they're one of the best like assassin loopers that we've had. It's with the Summer Valks, we finally get what we can really call a true looper, somebody that actually just naturally does the refund, and you don't have to like go through any hijinks to make it happen. Wait, what are you guys talking about? Getting invited to something? I really wonder if EvoFest is how they'll make our coin fix. Nope. Nope. If you had JP, I'll start voting for every event that never got a rerun, is my guess. Yeah, so chat, I have to go ahead and say that again, I have a return that's due like Thursday at the office. I really have to push to get that done. Which is really funny because as far as I understand, we got a disaster extension for the hurricane that didn't hit us. But even still, my dad's like saying like, no, we really gotta have that done. And I'm like, okay, so like I've got to push to get that out. Until that's done, I really just am not gonna have the time to sit there and like summarize the Famitsu article with Trubs. So I have to apologize for that. But we will sit down and do it. It's just probably gonna take me a little bit longer than I otherwise would have liked. I will also go ahead and say that at the end of the day, one of the things that they did kind of talk about in there is the fact that like, oh, hey, we stopped doing reruns because players were taking it for granted, and because they were assuming there was going to be a rerun, and in some cases they were skipping the original run. And also because we wanted to change our development strategy. We wanted to go a different route so that things would remain fresh. And I want you guys to understand that while Mr. Chu said all of that, you need to treat it with the same grain of salt as a politician talking to you. That is what we like to call dev speak. None of that was actually true. The real truth behind those words is that the dev staff is seemingly really understaffed. They knew they were having issues, and they just did not have the time to keep producing reruns all the time. They only brought them back because they realized that not doing any reruns was also getting them flack. So they decided to say like, okay, well, we'll let you guys vote on which ones we do, so that you guys can prioritize the ones that you want the most. But I truly, like, you guys should definitely see through any sort of statement to that effect from the devs. When they're telling you that they're doing everything for you, and you're sitting there and you're like, hold on, this doesn't make sense. I'm pissed off at you. Why are you saying it's all for me? That's when you need to realize that it's not all for you, and the dev is giving you an excuse that you probably would like to hear. Voting on reruns is way better because, heck, reruns we don't want. Yeah, I mean, I understand that, like, some people really didn't like reruns. I'm going to go ahead and say this, and this has always been my mentality on reruns, chat. Free resources! Hell yeah! Like, that's straight up it. Like, you don't imagine getting resources thrown at you for very little actual, like, time investment. You just play the freaking event. You don't have to read the story because you read it the first time around. And so it's just like, oh, bro, I can just veg out on this and just like easy loop. Okay. So that's where people, like, I think usually take reruns for granted. I've seen people be like, oh, the event's so boring. Like, why are we getting a rerun? And I'm like, if you're saying that, you clearly don't get it. You don't understand that there's just absolutely free materials there that is going to come at you at a way cheaper cost than anything else. I said it last week, but now more than ever, I'm sure no coin fix was planned for at least the next year. I'm not sure about that, but I'll talk about that in a bit. Let me finish down my AP chat and we'll talk about the coin fix. You got 3-week events where it's 1 week of story and super heavy and reading. Yeah, I gotta agree with Bob on this. This is something I just do not understand is why they don't at least stretch the story out for 2 weeks. Like, I get it, but it's really rough on the working class people to, oh, hey, you gotta wake up in the morning and freaking read for like an hour or two. I'm like, no, it's not happening. And then you just sit there and you keep being less and less efficient in the event. And thankfully, at least you have 3 weeks, so it's not the end of the world. But yeah, I don't think anybody particularly cares for that. Who are the people skipping the original runs for the rerun instead? Yeah, I have no idea. I mean, I have seen people do that. I have seen people say like, oh, well, it's going to come back, so I'll just skip the original. I'm going to say there's issues with that sort of like deal, right? Nasu is doom posting again. Nasu is not doom posting. And Trubs even called this out on his stream. He even said people are going to take this comment without context and they're going to run off and doom post about it. Trubs was 100% right. People took that last little like paragraph that Nasu wrote without any of the fucking context and are saying that like Nasu wants to be done with FGO and all this shit. And I'm like, oh my God, people don't understand. Who needs context anyways, right? Also, did I just do a Castoria NP on a Ember Gathering node? Feels good, man. Any news about pure prisms? They did mention pure prisms in the Famitsu interview, from what I remember. I don't want to say anything on that though, because I don't remember the exact wording, and I do know I've already seen a couple people like take it out of context. Time to start the hour-long process of logging into Ever Crisis. Oh boy. I hope NA gets it early. I mean, JP still doesn't have it, so we'll see. Too many new Twitter personalities that don't know how this works. Listen, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Like, the Twitter community to me seems to be getting worse over time. I try to like make new friends on Twitter. I try to like establish connections with people. But I'm gonna be real with y'all. The absolute problem with Twitter is the same problem that we have on Twitch, is the same problem that we have on YouTube. People are so fucking selfish and they never want to like help anybody else out. So it's the issue that I keep seeing is everybody's just this take mentality. And it's gotten worse over the years. I really have to say that. Like, I still remember like originally when I first started streaming on Twitch, people were way more like collaborative. People were way more likely to like raid and like visit other streamers and like talk to each other. Nowadays, nah, man, everybody doesn't give a fuck. Like, it's sad, and it really shouldn't be that way. Everybody's just out for numero uno and just trying to get their own. This is all Tumblr's fault. I mean, maybe it is, right? But it is what it is. I do think a good chunk of like what's happened with Twitter in all seriousness is I think people have gotten off the Grand Order subreddit. I think the majority of the like people that wanted attention are now trying to seek it elsewhere. Social media communities usually degrade over time, Sag. Yeah. I mean, like, but I'm not saying that like Twitter as a whole is necessarily degrading. I think that's an interesting topic for in and of itself. I'm sure people feel very strongly one way or the other on that sort of thing, and I'm not trying to get into that. I'm saying like specifically the FGO community. And I do believe that's kind of where we're at this point, is that like the FGO community could be doing a lot better. They banned Sprite comics and then Twitter went to shit. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm gonna be real with y'all. I don't know who the fuck was upvoting all the Sprite comics. That's what's so damn weird to me. I swear to God, people are like freaking botting that stuff. Because I'm not gonna say that like everybody and their brother hated them. I'm saying I don't understand how it was like unanimously the most upvoted thing time after time after time after time on that sort of shit. And like it's wild. Bots, it's all bots. Well, I'm beginning to feel like it's that with Twitter because I see certain people that have like seemingly, how do I put this? Like no major following, and they say the most like inane, dumbass shit, and it gets like thousands of likes and retweets. And I'm like, huh? Huh? So like, yeah, I have to assume that there's some level of botting going on. People buy likes. Yeah, I do believe that's actually going on. It was still player content. Listen, like I said, I'm not going to yuck someone else's yum. My biggest issue with the Sprite comics is how popular they got. Like, people wanting to make Sprite comics is fine in and of itself. The fact that it was like the only content coming out of the Grand Order subreddit and it was beginning to drown out legitimately all other forms of content, including discussion and artwork. Nah, fuck Sprite comics at that point. It is what it is. It was all that got posted other than news and such. Yep. Twitter has more bots than a Korean MMO. That's a good one. I've not heard that, but yes, I agree. Like, yeah, and I'm not saying that Twitter doesn't have bots, right? I straight up think that it does, but oh yeah, no, Chad, I'm gonna be real with y'all. I used to go to Grand Order like every day. I don't go to Grand Order anymore. Like, they're lucky if I go to Grand Order like once a month. And I'm gonna be real with y'all. I have somebody on the Grand Order subreddit that tags me every time there's like an Artoria posted. So that tells you how little I go to Grand Order because there's very rarely any Artorias ever posted. So like, it is what it is. And I'm dead serious with this. Like, Tutu is probably the one whose Artoria gets posted the most. And that's because she goes and posts it herself. Surf My Refund is so dumb. It's great, isn't it? Most useful thread is the weekly missions. I look it up every few weeks when it's dead time. Yeah, and I know some people have said you can just do that basically with a Chaldea app when you get proficiency with it. Something hilarious about the Merlin buff for 9th Annie is it happened on the anniversary of Oberon releasing. I did see somebody on Twitter say that. Like, and that's where, again, like, I will say as much as there's like shit on Twitter, there's also some legitimately good stuff on Twitter like that. Things that are actually like big brain takes. But yeah, I don't know. I see some really like weird arguments sometimes. I just go there to search for those event infographics. Oh, you're talking about by so. Yeah, I could. Well, I'm not going to say anything about that, but it is what it is. And the infographics are useful, at least, especially if you're used to reading them and you just want a TLDR of the entire event. King, thank you for the follow. Subreddit has been steadily banning all form of content. Listen, I say this with the utmost respect for the Reddit mods that like do their due diligence every day to try and corral the community. Fuck the Reddit mods. and the reason that I say that is, and I'm gonna be serious here. Okay. One, I've had numerous run-ins with them myself. Because originally they didn't really allow any sort of content outside of like how do I put this? Like outside of like their own content like made on Reddit. So like if you were a content creator and you tried to post there, you usually got swatted back in the day. 2, I have seen artists run afoul of them. I've seen them get falsely accused for being AI art. I've seen them get arbitrarily enforced for being NSFW, even when it's not NSFW. I have also straight up just noticed that the Reddit mods will like back any sort of position that they support and not try to be unbiased or enforce their own rules fairly. And probably the last one and probably the biggest one that just upsets me at this point is the Reddit mods all hide who they are. Every single one of them. They have a burner account and that's their moderation account. So you don't actually know who any of the mods are. There may as well be a mod lurking in my chat right now. And I say this knowing full well that some of the mods have been in my chat before and I have talked with some of them. It's just, it is what it is, right? Like, so I'm at this point where it's kind of this like shadow community that has its own agenda that basically does not support the game's content creators, that is just a piece of shit towards artists. And I'm just like, nah, fuck them. It deserves to crash and burn at this point. Give people the smallest bit of power and they go insane? Yeah, unfortunately. Reddit's one value is speed. Which, and I'll go ahead and say this, if Reddit's one value is speed, it loses to Twitter. Like, that is the one, like, really good thing that Twitter will do. Twitter is fast. Twitter is, like, instantaneous on stuff. Reddit usually steals from Twitter, is what I've noticed. And so we're at this point where I think everyone's just tried to circumvent the subreddit because people just got tired of dealing with their crap. The visual novel subreddit moderated itself into irrelevancy. Yeah, I can see that happening. I will say, don't get me wrong, right? And I will say I understand the need to moderate things and that like there are just legitimately bad actors out there. In that regard, I don't blame them for like cracking down. But you have to like remind yourself that not everyone's a bad person and not everyone's out to get you. And that's unfortunately what I see a lot of people kind of like deal with. Oh, no. Listen, when I'm talking about bad actors, I'm talking about the people that like legitimately just join a community. So I'm going to give you guys an example of this, okay? And I don't really have any problem with mentioning who this person is because this person was an asshat and I'm glad they're gone. So we had a person on the subreddit named Gabagool. Some of you may remember him. He would flood FGO General constantly with stupid inane bullshit. Now, Gabagool one day when I went in there to post a interesting post that I had seen about Artoria in there for all of you guys to see, proceeded to like mock me over and over and over again by constantly typing the cursed name. Now, I don't care if someone wants to call her that, but the fact that he was constantly doing it and trying to flood the chat to just get rid of my post made me time him out. I timed him out for a total of 10 minutes. That's it. It was just a 10-minute timeout. Go sit in the corner. Didn't do anything. Didn't say anything. When he got done with his 10-minute timeout, he left the server. So when he left the server and I saw that that's how he dealt with a 10-minute timeout, I banned him. I said, you know what? I don't want him coming back. I don't want someone like that, right? So he was just an annoying motherfucker. And it's that simple. That's what I'm saying when I mean that there are just bad actors. There are people that are just stupidly fucking annoying. And there is no reason to keep them around. They're actually just harmful for your community. So in that regard, I understand Reddit and the mods like wanting to crack down at times. But you have to just remind yourself that yeah, you still have to be fair. You still have to like go through the paces. Even though you want to pull that trigger like right away, you have to be like patient. They might be missing all the drama. Oh, listen, this was like months ago now at this point. So it just is what it is. But no, I mean, that's the truth of the matter. It's like if someone's just going to be an annoying motherfucker and it doesn't matter what you do, even when you warn them, they still go ape shit. Like, I'll never forget, we also had a dude that we had to ban simply because he was like basically getting in everyone's face and like telling them that like, oh, God, I don't want to get political with this or anything like this, but it was something about like the Armenian genocide. And we finally had to time him out, and he tried to ban evade it. He tried to keep coming back onto the server and doing it, so we finally just banned him outright. So like, you get people doing dumb shit like that, and you're like, listen, I don't care. If we tell you to stop, stop. It's that simple, right? And there's some people that just refuse to listen to any amount of authority, any amount of rules. They think that they can do whatever the hell they want and that there is no consequences to it. So I'm not talking about those people. I'm talking about people that are legitimately not trained to be a bad actor that Reddit has banned. Those are the people like that I just feel sorry for, and they never should have had to like deal with that sort of crap. Is reaching ordeal call to the requirement for summer JP? No, just the prologue. Mods did have to ban someone last week. They did. I got told about that after stream one day, that apparently we had somebody that added all the mods and tried to like go in there and just post some actual Discord TOS stuff. To which I'm like, I'd fuck around and find out. Some people are just they want to watch the world burn. That's all it is. And that's the thing, right? Like, there's a difference between those people and like the people that are, hey, I totally didn't mean to do this, and I don't understand cracking down on the people that, because it's chat, it's easy to tell. You can always tell from someone's demeanor whether or not they were like purposefully trying to. Now, I will say we have had some people that have straight up like played stupid with us before, and eventually it didn't matter. There's only so many times you can be ignorant before I will remove you, but you're gonna know like that you're one of those people, because I'm gonna have multiple talks with you before that sort of thing happens. The fact that it was premeditated is absolutely wild. Yeah, I don't know. People are just that way. What's the cursed name? Well, I can't say it. It's cursed. Listen, the cursed name is not why he got banned. The cursed name is why he got timed out, because he kept spamming it, because basically he was doing it just to flood the chat and get rid of my post. That's it. Okay? So it's like, and here's the way I always view this. I've told you guys this before. Listen, I'm the creator of the server. I'm a content creator myself. You're kind of on the server at our like behest, at our convenience, at our pleasure, basically, right? If all of a sudden you start trying to like poke the bear constantly, if you're willing to fuck with me repeatedly, you're gonna fuck with anyone at that point, because it just shows me that you have no fear. And I'm like, well, that's cool. You can have no fear off the server. At that point, it's not about the name, it's about the spam. Oh yeah, 100%. And that's like, listen, people will be like, oh, he's only timing him out because he said the name. And I'm like, no, I think I would have timed anyone else out for that. Like, you could have been sitting there spamming Ishtar the whole time. You could be spamming like Sakura the entire time. You could have been spamming like, I don't know, Kiara the whole time, and I would have been like, I don't care, shut the hell up. The rules have final authority. Yeah, and that's, we do occasionally get the people that are like, yeah, I don't care about your rules, and I'm like, cool, I don't care that you're here then. Like, I think what people often don't understand, and I've said this before, because I've had people that have been like, whoa, wait, you know, like why am I getting in trouble now? And it's like, I've had people actually bring up the fact, and they're like, oh, is it because I don't come to stream? Is it because I'm not subbed? And I'm like, no, you don't have to come to stream. You don't have to sub. But if you start fucking up and you start causing trouble and you don't come to stream and you don't sub, what reason do we have to keep you around, right? Like, it's a simple thing of, it's not because you don't, but it certainly doesn't help when you start causing a ruckus, when you start being a nuisance or a pain in the ass. Like, then there is no mitigating factor that we can look at and be like, well, it's just a one-off situation. This person's totally nice. They support the stream. They are a good member of the community the rest of the time. If we look at that and like somebody has a one-off, usually the worst case that's going to result in is a talking to or a timeout. But when people are like, yeah, hey, we're just a total pain in the dick, and then like, chat, I have unironically had people be like, I don't even know why I'm here. And so then I just go, okay, let me help you with that. It's plain and simple. Why are you here? I don't know. Let's answer that question. But yeah, cat about to hit him with I don't know either. Exactly. It's a gotcha community. Of course, we have pay to win mechanics. No, it's like I said, it's not about whether or not you sub. It's not about whether or not you come to stream. It's if I have no other reason, like when I get the scales out, right, chat? When I get the scales out here, and I look at this and I go, okay, this person is a pain in the ass. This person is a nuisance. Okay? I ask myself, what reason do I have to keep them around? Right? Like, are they a good contributor of some sort? Do they sub? Are they active in chat? Do they come to stream? If none of these are true, and all I have is this, guess what happens to the scales, chat? The scales go like this. Okay? And when the scales are like this, I go das Boot. There is no reason to keep that person around because they are only a negative. They are only a bad influence on the community. Dad going Luvia? Yes, we straight up suplex. First you weigh their heart against a feather? Yeah, but then I realized that their heart is fucking lead. And it doesn't matter how big of a bird I pluck the feather from, it ain't outweighing that. Their soul be kind of heavy. Drill Tails Cad win Madge? Listen, I don't know that you'll ever see that, and I hope to God you don't. Is your wallet ready for Summer 9 in 2 days? I'm not gonna be rolling in 2 days. And I say that with a totally straight face, right? Like, at least I don't anticipate that I will. And the reason why I say that is, and it will probably depend on the live stream that Mr. Two Love Trouble is going to be covering Wednesday morning. But basically, we'll probably get a preview of who the second banner units are. But until I know who the second banner units are, I have no intention of declaring any sort of intention to roll. Because, like, chat, oh man, yeah, oh, let's roll Seal. Oh my god. And then it's a fucking saber face as a 5-star for the second banner, right? Like, if that sort of thing happens, then yeah, I'm up shit's creek. So we'll just have to see. Also, did you see that Reddit is going for paywalled subreddits? I felt like I heard that might be a thing, and I'm gonna say that just will actually not work. Like, chat, I know this is me going out on a limb, but no, Reddit cannot monetize its content and survive. It's been free for years, so there's no way in hell they can try that. Like, people will just go to a different site. I'm wondering if we'll get some more pseudo servants at some point. Yep. Paid for him, dead for him. Yep, always has been. It's sold out to be exclusively viewable on Goodle. Wait, what do you mean? I don't even know what Google. Wait, Google? We'll probably see all other units by Friday. Probably. I'm wondering if we get some pseudo servants at some point. I mean, I'm gonna be real with you. It's entirely possible that someone like Seal is. There's always a Takeuchi face between Annie and Summer, though. Yeah, I mean, we'll see, right? Like, we'll see. I don't know. I'm sure some people would be like, "Oh, I can't wait for there not to be an Arturia." Is what it is. Like, obviously, I understand people want certain units and stuff like that, but I don't know. Like, at this point in time, I'm basically hinging on saber faces. Second banner is Summer Spishtar. In all seriousness, I wouldn't actually think that that's crazy if that happened. You got Blue Mashu as a saber face already? Huh? What do you mean Blue Mash as a saber face? I think you need to add those words up again. Ruler Turia too. I would love to see like Lalter or something at this point, but I don't know. I'm beginning to like lose hope for stuff like that because, I mean, chat, in all seriousness, you look at like how long it took them to get something as fucking simple as Erish, and I go like, I sit here and I wonder, like, do they actually pay attention to the community and what it wants? They're like, oh, hey, we're sorry, it took us so long to get her to you, and I'm like, no, you're not. Blue Mash, I assume they mean Seal. Yeah, I know that's who they're talking about. Summer 5, 0 saber faces. Yes, we got 0 saber faces in Summer 5. That is the only one that's happened. Though, to be fair, Summer 3 had 3 different saber faces, so there's that as well. It's also why Summer 3 was better. Would you like to see Mordred's master Kyrie become a servant? Wait, you mean Shisigo? However you say his name, I don't remember. But yeah, I think he's an interesting character. I think that could be a cool thing. If not, I would at least like to see them include him in the story at some point. Nasu is gatekeeping Erish 100%. Yeah, I mean, let's go ahead and let's talk about some of the stuff, right, chat? It's time. Okay, where was it? Sorry, I'm just looking for the news bulletin here, chat. Now, I did make a post on Twitter. I hope some of you guys saw that. Let's go ahead and let's address the elephant in the room. Ooh, Ernesto. Fantastic. I hope it stays out to sea. Oh, it is. It's going to stay out to sea. Perfect. All right, chat, you guys can read this, right? All right, so like I said, I didn't get to cover this with you guys on Friday, was it? Yeah, I think it was Friday because I didn't get the stream Friday. Now, back when all of this was happening, like before it happened, all we had at that point was some like vague statements about like, oh, hey, we're gonna do some stuff. In fact, they do talk about that here at the bottom. So let's so you guys can see this was published on Monday, and so by Friday they got us a second response. So he basically came out and said we sincerely apologize for the dissatisfaction and anxiety that this has been that this has caused to you all with the addition of 2 append skills announced yesterday. And I've said this before, I'm going to say it again because I keep seeing people say like, oh, there was no plan, they never planned any of this. Chat, we're about to put it all together for you, okay? So there's just no way. There's no fucking way. These developers play the game themselves. These developers know exactly what's going on. They knew that this was going to cause dissatisfaction and anxiety. And I pointed this out, chat. This is a faster response than most other games would give you. They responded in 24 hours. Now, I want to be clear here. Let's all remember, Mr. 2 was at the festivities all evening, basically. And they still got back to the studio and cranked out this in 24 hours. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that that's not possible to do. It is. Here's the hilarity of it. How'd they get the tone? How'd they know that the community was that pissed within 24 hours? They had to be feeding him stuff, or people straight up at the venue had to be frothing at the mouth angry at his ass. Look, I'm going to say this outright. They knew it was coming. They were going to announce the append skills. They knew what the plan was for the release order of these, and they knew it was going to spark outrage. They knew it. They straight up knew it. Okay? That's how I read all of this. We have decided to take the following measures going forward, which we would like to inform you of. You'll add a new feature that allows you to switch an unlocked append skill into to unlock another append skill. So again, we don't have any specifics on this. We don't know how it's going to work, whether or not there's going to be any sort of limitation to it. But this is an interesting thing. I'm also going to say that it's not like that crazy of a thing to think that this may have been something that was planned all along. From the standpoint of, this was a feature we kind of needed to begin with. We've already talked about this before, that like with certain things like skills, if you waste materials on a skill, it's no problem because you just go like, oh no, I leveled the first and the third skill, but I actually meant to level the second. Okay, well, you grind more and you level the second. There was a path to doing that and fixing that. There's no issues there whatsoever other than, oops, I just drained some of those resources. I'll have to farm to get them back, but I have a path to do so. With appends, you have no path to do so. There is no way, if you accidentally unlock the wrong append, to be able to get your coins back. The only path is this, right here. They know that. Okay? So I do think that that is something that they have probably had in their, like... And chat, here's the reason why I say this. 24 hours. 24 hours and you suddenly have all of this, like, drawn up to a T? Like, hey, here's what we're gonna do. Even if you had already thought about these things, you had to still, like, decide to actually do it. You had to decide that this was the best course of action. Dev teams don't work that fast usually. So unless they had an all-hands-on-deck meeting, brought everybody back from the venue and said, holy shit, this is blowing up, we need a solution to this stat, and basically sat down and actually made sure that they hammered this out in the span of 24 hours, I don't see it. I straight up think that this was already in the works. I straight up think this was something that they immediately kind of had on deck for things that they wanted to do to justify and rectify the situation at hand. I think this is probably a feature that they had been planning to go ahead and go through with since they already knew they were coming out with two appends. They had probably planned to do this knowing full well. Okay? If you do this, the append skill you want to switch to is not unlocked. The append skill you want to switch to will return to level 1 and a closed state. So basically what they're trying to say here, because again, you're getting some Google Translate issues, right? But basically, if you're trying to switch from append 1 to append 3, and append 3 is not unlocked yet, you will unlock it and it will relock append 1. Okay? That's all that's saying. Which is really interesting, because again, this is a lot of technical stuff. They're not just saying, hey, we're going to allow you to switch unlocked appends. They're also giving you some level of depth on this, which tells me that this was already a feature that they had kind of on the, like in their notes for things that they wanted to do. Servant coins used to cast the Holy Grail will be restored, and the amount of the Holy Grails that could have been cast in the past will be compensated. Chat, I got news for y'all. Especially for they didn't plan this crowd. How do they do this unless they were tracking it? They had to have already been tracking all of this stuff. Otherwise, they don't have that data. It is what it is. For all users who have forged a Holy Grail on Sunday, August 4th, the servant coins consumed in the forging of the Holy Grail will be restored for all rarities. In addition, we will be calculating the number of Holy Grails that could have been minted in the past from the number of servant coins that all users have acquired so far, and granting the remaining Holy Grails to all users. This is wild to me. I can't believe they're actually doing this. And I've told you guys, like, I am literally about to get hundreds of thousands of servant coins given back to me because I have never missed a grail casting in all of my years on either server. So it is like, so for reference, chat, even just taking 2 years into perspective, right? That is 2 grails each month, which means it is 4,000 coins times 24 months at minimum. Okay. And it's actually more like 30. It's probably 4,000 times 30. So I'm about to get like 120,000 coins given back to me. He was telling me he'll be a Grailionaire. Oh yeah, he'll probably be the same as me. Like it's actually going to be stupid, right? So I legitimately can't believe they're doing this. Out of all the changes they're making, it's this one and one other change where I'm like, huh? Like, what? I cannot believe that they're actually doing it, right? They had to do the Grail plus coin refund because people used 5-star coins for casting, which would be needed for all new appends. Yeah, and to be fair on that, like, I don't know. Like, they never should have done this. I have to at least point out the fact that, like, none of the, like, I've been pointing out for years that there was a possibility of 2 appends coming, and that it was probably more likely than most people thought. I had a lot of people be like, oh, just because the UI is set up for that doesn't mean it's going to be a thing. And I'm like, listen, it's not even just the UI in the actual, like, append, like, page. It's also the UI on the, like the servant roster display page for your party. That also had the room for it, and it was blatantly obvious that they were cooking that to me. Okay? Hello, Chaldea Gurus. How's it going? Or, I'm sorry, Gotcha Gurus now. The game does encourage you to use coins for max servants and grail casting. Yeah, and I don't... I mean, like, I'll say this. I've heard people say that. I haven't actually seen that, because I've seen people say that, like, you're encouraged to burn coins. I haven't actually seen that line. So if someone can point me to it, please do, because that will lend some credence to me. But like, yeah, I just want to say that like it's really weird because even though they had the UI set up for it, they hadn't done anything for any of the other units, right? Like we hadn't seen an increase in the amount of coins that you get per copy. We hadn't seen an increase in the amount of bond that you get. Chat, we hadn't seen an increase in the amount of coins that you were getting in the Evocation Festival. And I want you guys to think about that. Why not? Why did this not, like, the second they announced the two append skills, why was it not immediately joined by, and we are increasing the amount of coins in the Evocation Festival for all welfares by 240? Why not? There are posts on Twitter. Listen, you guys got to find me it. I'm not taking your word for it. Okay. And this is not an insult towards you, chat. I'm saying I need one of you to find me the actual official posts that say that, right? If you can, I'll believe you. I'm just saying I'm not gonna like risk going out on a limb and taking chat's word for it. Can I post that I have it? Yeah, go for it. I mean, it might. I don't know if the bot will squash you, but that's not an official post. No chickens. You get me an official post or not? No, that's content creator promotion. Give me an official post. Says it in the game? I don't care. Give it to me. Even more brain dead on the devs' part for not stating we'll get more than 240 coins when they announce the new appends. Yeah, I agree, right? Like, so something here doesn't add up. And I want to be clear in this chat because there's only two routes. There's only two routes. Route number one. And chat, you're either going to agree with me or you're going to disagree. Route number one, this is planned. They knew there was going to be outrage, and they already had the fix in the works. Route number two. One of these two things must be true. One of these two things. It's either planned or they're dumb. It cannot be both. It is exactly. It is either incompetence or malice. Pick one. A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. Yeah, I can see a world in which Aniplex, Sony, they start going, we need this game to make money. Maybe they're somehow not, by internal metrics making as much. They go, what can you do to make us more money? And they go like, all right, let's get 2 more appends. But then on the flip side, as they're kind of getting forced to do this, the dev team works in secret and they start coming up with, all right, we know this is going to cause backlash. So we're going to, over here on the side, have like Team B be working on possible solutions to that issue. And I could easily see that, right? So in that regard, it was, quote, planned, but they knew the backlash would happen. And so they already had their fix in the works. They already were sitting there going like, yeah, this is how we'll have to do it. And they probably just immediately ran to the powers that be and said, look, you have an uprising in your community. If you do not do something about this, you want us to make more money? We about to make a whole lot less. So I do wonder if they had a contingency plan, right? Kano, in the emergency meeting, we thought about this. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I think regardless of and let's be clear here, chat. You want to know how we know this is probably the case? You want to know how I know it's option number one? They already addressed this 2 years ago. They knew they hadn't given enough servant coins. Mr. Chu said as such. He said they were thinking about potential fixes for it. So we already know that as of at least 2 years ago, this was something they considered. It didn't get mentioned last year. We were all angry it didn't get mentioned in the Famitsu interview. It didn't get mentioned this year. They knew. I really do think that, chat. I think they knew that. I think on one hand, they want to do right by the community. They want to expand their systems, but I'm gonna say this again. This chat, this isn't bad. The append system isn't bad. People keep calling it bad. It's not bad. What's bad is servant coins. The coins are what's bad. The fact that we do not get nearly as many of them is the bad part. The system itself is fine. It's the servant coins. It's always been the root of the issue. I understand everybody wanted to get upset about the fourth and the fifth append, but that is the truth of the matter. And the devs knew it themselves. I'm telling you guys, this is somebody that analyzed it from the very first week that it came out. I knew servant coins were the issue. And we all hoped they would fix it. And after 3 years, they still haven't. And to this day, chat, we don't have a fix. Like, we have a proposed fix. It's been announced, but we still don't have a fix. And sorry, I'm still going through the old stuff here, right? But I'm kind of analyzing this for you guys to give you guys to where I'm at mentally on this and why I'm thinking the way that I am. So, servant coins used to cast a holy grail will be restored, and the amount of holy grails that could have been cast in the past will be compensated. Blah, 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 blah. And they go, we will respond to these requests as soon as possible after we are ready. We intend to prioritize new features that require them. But since we are also simultaneously preparing for various events, we ask for your understanding that may take several months. So let's think about that, chat. What do they still have on their plate? Well, I think this one's pretty obvious. We can at least go down the list here and say that, well, for starters, you've got August. And that's going to be your summer event. You've got September. Oops. I'm starting to type out summer. You got September. That's probably going to be Guda Guda. You've got October. That's probably going to be Halloween. You've got November, and this might be a lotto, or it might be something in between. Maybe we get like Guda Guda pushed to November. Maybe we get a lotto in September. Who knows? Maybe summer is a lotto. These sorts of things are all possible. And then you're going to have December. So I think this is the devs pacing at this point. It's pretty obvious to someone like me that's been covering the game for years and now has watched as they've transitioned into 3-week events, right? They're now on a 1 a month type pace. That's all we're doing. Okay. And it doesn't mean that we don't do like campaigns in between it and stuff like that. But this is kind of the pacing that we're stuck with at this point. Okay. One of these might be ordeal call. One of these might be, a lotto, as we said. Who knows? All I'm trying to say is, yes, they clearly have stuff on their plate. So when do they fit it in the meantime? Well, here's the other thing to consider. One, Praxis, thank you for the 100 bits. 3-week lotto mod check. No, not 3-week lotto. And Orange, thank you for the 54. And Addo, thank you for the 30. The coin's band-aid for New Year's. Well, here's the thing I'm trying to say. They probably already have some stuff cooking. Okay? What we don't know, And I'm going to be real with y'all, chat, is this. Now, we got a tidbit of this from the Famitsu interview. The devs did say, we don't know when we'll hit 30 million downloads. That may be a load of horse shit. Or it may be the truth. But I can certainly point out that they probably already have something in the works for the 30 million download campaign. Even if it's not anything to do with coins, they likely have other big things coming with this. Why? How do we know this? Because Mr. Two's own comments have indicated that they would like the 30 million download campaign to be bigger than the 20 million download campaign. And the 20 million download campaign gave us our first ever SSR selector. Okay? So if this is supposed to be bigger than the first ever SSR selector, yeah, we got some shit coming. When? I don't know. The devs themselves might not know. But we have something coming. Now, I have said that it makes perfect sense that they maybe already had something planned. A coin fix would have absolutely been a big ticket item for 30 million downloads. Like, they could give you another SSR selector, slap a coin fix on top of it, and everyone would be like, this is the greatest download campaign the world has ever seen, right? Putting any sort of coin fix in there would have immediately made it a absolute win and or success in the community's eyes. So, and I'm not saying that it will be there. I'm just saying signs point to this being a really big deal one way or the other. So, in regards to that, that may be why they're saying, hey, it's going to take us several months. They may either be anticipating that they already have a full workload for things that they already have planned, or they may be just going, we don't have the manpower. And chat, I'm going to be real with y'all. That is absolutely the indicator that I take away from this still. They still do not have the manpower. No matter how much money Sony or Aniplex are throwing at the situation, it's either not enough or they can't seem to get butts in chairs. Either way. That much is clear from this, because it should not take them this long to actually put the fix in, but it is what it is. To which I say, like, again, maybe they have it planned, but maybe it's not, like, super planned. Maybe they had an idea. Maybe they knew what they wanted to do, but they needed approval to do it. And I got to be honest, chat. The more time goes on, the more I'm not liking these people. Okay? We all thought they were going to take over for Delightworks and do good. Somebody's got Mr. Two by the balls. Connor's credibility almost took a hit. To be fair, his credibility has taken a hit before. And I really wonder if it's him. Like, I wonder if it's a Mr. Two issue or if it's somebody higher up the food chain. And I got to be honest with you, from seeing and watching Mr. Two, I don't believe it's a Mr. Two issue. I believe that there is somebody that is just basically going, hey, yeah, we know you want to do X, but you need to do Y instead. That's what I'm feeling like is happening here. And I'm wondering if we basically had this scenario. Okay? Aniplex talked to Delightworks, and Delightworks talked to the devs, and Aniplex got tired of Delightworks not doing what they wanted them to, so Aniplex cut out Delightworks and went straight to the devs. They said, fine, you don't want to do what we'll do, we'll buy your devs. That's what I'm beginning to wonder. According to this chart, line must go up. Yeah, kind of, right? So, again, and you can see, like, Mr. Two straight up is the person that took the bullet on this. He put himself in the way. And there is a line in the Famitsu interview with Mr. Two where they kind of ask him, like, hey, this is your, like, you're going on your 10th year at this point. Like, are you still going to be director, for like part 3 or something like that? And he's like, I don't know what the future holds. Honestly, chat, like, people want to do what Nasu said. Mr. Two's comment is more scary to me. Mr. Two's comment is more scary to me. Mr. Two looked like he was like, yeah, I don't know about that. We'll see. Meetings will continue until happiness increases. Yeah. So, anyways, then even within another week here, we get another solution. As part of the addition of the 2 append skills announced for our 9th anniversary, after further discussions, we decided to add a new method at a later date for acquiring the 240 servant coins needed to unlock both append skills. We would like to inform you of this. The amount of servant coins you can earn at Bond 7 and above will be increased. So, chat, all you Bonders out there, okay? I've had many people come up to me over the years and say, Cad, what if they fix servant coins by just giving more for Bond? Does anyone in chat remember my feelings on this? Does anyone remember what I've said? Because I know I said it as early as last week. Takes too long. It's dumb. You didn't like it. Yep. And I'm going to now dissect this and show you why. So, for starters, we already have our first hint of why I don't like this. You get more servant coins, Bond 7 and above. Okay, so we're pushing us later into the bonding thing. We are locking more coins behind Bond Grails. And we are pushing players to head towards Bond 15. Don't like that. Now, I'll give you a reason why I don't like it here in a minute, but I'll just go ahead and tell you outright I don't like that. And we'll talk about why. So, we will increase the amount of servant coins you can earn when leveling up from Bond 7 onwards. You'll be able to earn up to 2 additional servant coins. Yeah, this is Google Translate. For each append as you level up to Bond 15. Okay? So, hey, we've put 240 servant coins behind Bonds 7 through 15. So that means that your first 6 Bond levels, chance, only award you, what, like 30 coins? So they're putting all the reward deeper into the bonding tree. For servants who are already at Bond level 7 or above, the extra bonus will be sent to your present box at a later date. Fair? I'm gonna be real with y'all, chat. Now, this may be my ignorance. This may be Cat is not a game dev. Okay? But I'm going to say out of all the proposed fixes, like, it's one thing to allow people to be able to switch their appends. That's going to require new interactions, new coding, new, like, honestly, new GUI. You're going to require more graphical user interface additions to allow for people to be able to switch their appends. This? Kind of an integer value tweak. Now, sending it to your present box, that's going to require some coordination. But let's be real. At this point, go with expediency. Give us the integer value tweak right now. Like, there is no reason that anybody should not be earning the new coin amounts right now. Bond is the quick fix, it's not the right fix. Yeah, I agree with that. So, due to the addition of the above acquisition methods, we'll be providing the following compensation for servant coins for newly acquired through summoning using Saint Quartz by meeting certain conditions. Between the announcement of the addition of the 2 append skills for the 9th anniversary and this announcement, If you have a certain number of summoning histories of the same 5-star servant and the same 4-star servant during the period between the announcement of the 9th anniversary measures and this announcement, so basically between Monday and Friday, you will be able to choose to earn servant coins for other servants depending on the number of newly acquired servant coins through summoning Saint Courts. This, chat, you remember when I said that I can't believe that they're refunding us all the coins? I can't believe they're doing this. This is absurd. Like, I'm dead serious here. And hear me out as to why. The fixed numbers are as follows: 6 or more servants of the same spirit origin, of a limited time 5-star servant, story limited servant, and regular 5-star servant are eligible. 10 or more of the same spirit origin, limited time 4-star servants, story limited 4-star servants are eligible. So not permanent in this case, but it is because it's down here on this next line. 16 or more servants of the same spirit origin, standard 4-star servants are eligible. Now, here's the kicker. Compensation eligible summoning period. Saint Courts that meets the conditions between Sunday, blah, 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 blah. Summoning using Saint Courts refers to Saint Courts summoning, story summoning, destiny order summoning, lucky bag summoning. It also includes summoning using summoning tickets. The servant coins that can be selected will be those of servants who have already appeared in summons that use Saint Courts up until the time of this announcement. The 1, no welfare selection, and 2, no future selection. You cannot hold on to the exchange and use it in the future on, like, say, summer units. You'll be able to acquire servant coins of the same type and rarity according to the servant coins you have acquired that meet these conditions. That is to say, with their example, if you pulled more of a limited 5-star, you could be used to acquire other limited 5-star coins. If you pulled more of a story-locked 4-star, you could be used to acquire other story-locked 4-star coins. So it's not a perfect, you can choose whatever coins you want, but this is actually fucking insane. If you rolled a 6th copy or more with an SSR, you now get to pick whoever's coins you want with those extra coins. You get an actual exchange, is the way this reads. I can't believe they're doing this. This is absurd. This is nuts. And this actually rewards people's degeneracy. This straight up is going, hey, you know what? People that rolled too many copies, yeah, we'll fucking bail you out. So they can do universal coins? That's basically what this is. Not quite, but only between the 4th and the 9th. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's only between their first announcement and the second announcement. Still absurd, though. Actually crazy. Yeah. Greed is never punished. Yeah, I don't get that. Like, to me, out of all the changes they're making, they did not need to make this change. Straight up. Like, I don't think you're going to see very many people that'll actually get this, but yeah, it's still pretty insane. Dad got a boner? No, I didn't get a boner. I'm more upset about it than anything else. Regarding compensation for unnamed spirit origins, I did not have this on my bingo card. I don't know if anyone else did. I have never, ever in all of my years seen the devs mention USOs other than to state where you will and will not receive them. That is the only mention that we ever get of USOs. And they actually mentioned it. So again, if you have 6 or more of the same servant in the summoning between the announcement, blah, 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 blah. Basically, what they're trying to do is say, hey, if you were somebody that instead of rolling 6 copies decided to roll 8 because you're just totally an idiot, here you go. We're actually going to give you all of your shit back. So again, the unnamed spirit origin that you used will be returned, assuming you exchanged it. So if you thought very few people were going to get caught in this, even less people will get caught in this. Because this isn't just you got a USO, it's also if you actually exchanged it. That's it. And it has to be for the same spirit origin. So you had to have exchanged it for yet another copy. So, like, let's say you were at 7 copies of the unit and you exchanged USOs to get the 8th copy to have enough coins. That's the only way. That's the only way someone is going to end up getting this. But this is still just like, I did not have this on my radar. But yeah, someone in chat mentioned this earlier. It's almost like they were going to get sued. This really does scream that. It really does. It really does scream like, oh my God, we're in trouble. We need to do something now. And I got to be real with y'all, chat. I don't know why we've come to accept this and why we gaslight ourselves into being like, oh, well, NP6 isn't bad. You want to know why you guys think NP6 isn't bad? Genshin Impact. That's the only reason. That's the only reason. Like, if Genshin Impact did not exist, we would all be like, what the fuck? What do you mean a 6th copy? Like, nah. Like, we would not be actually accepting this. And yet, we've gaslit ourselves as a community. I'm not saying any individual here, right? But I'm saying, like, as a community, we've gaslit ourselves into being like, oh yeah, NP6 is okay. I'm like, no, it's fucking absurd. It's insane. People rolling for NP6 is just ridiculous. Like, it's the truth of the matter, right? So, but somehow, if 6 was okay, 8 was not. 8 was too far. And they went like, oh no. Oh fuck, we pissed off all the whales. Six was a problem, to be honest. It really was. JP players should have complained about coins much earlier. To be fair, JP players did complain about coins. They just weren't frothing at the mouth angry. That's, and I can't say this enough, chat. Please understand me. If you ever see any of our English speaking crowd like trying to be like, yo, we won, we convinced them, they're wrong. No one on the English side of things did jack shit. Who won were the Japanese people, because they finally actually got upset. They straight up actually got upset. And you guys have seen, that's how they knew. That's how the devs knew. The JP community doesn't get needlessly upset. They don't get upset over small things. Even something like the shitty State of Servant coins for the past 3 years, they were humbly angry. They were politely disagreeing. But with this change, they were no longer polite. They were actually angry and voicing it. That finally made them listen, because you don't foster that kind of resentment for no reason in Japanese society. Like, it straight up got people pissed. You need to farm bond for about 2 years to get your unit done. I mean, it won't be 2 years in theory, but yes, like, we'll talk about that more in a second here, okay? They end up giving us, some sort of compensation there. In addition, we will not be collecting any servants or items obtained through summons that use Sanctuary. So this is just them saying, well, we are refunding all this stuff. We're not going to take it back out of your account. Regarding these measures, in line with measures announced August 5th, so again, the prior announcement, we will implement them as soon as possible once we are ready, but we ask for your understanding that it may take several months. So there's the several months line again. We will take immediate steps to ensure that you never have to worry like this again. Someone got fired. Someone got fired, chat. That's the only way I can take this line. Because otherwise, like, what does this line even mean? We will take immediate steps to ensure that you never have to worry like this again. What, are you going to be less scummy in the future? You're going to not try to monetize us? Are you going to throw off the shackles of Aniplex? Like, some executive protected their job and fired someone else? Maybe, right? And to be fair, it may have been the case of like, hey, you have like Lasengle and you have like Mr. 2 overseeing that, and then you have like the Aniplex guy, and then you have like the Sony guy, and the Sony guy may have been like, holy shit, what is going on down there? And the Sony guy may have just been like, Aniplex, dude, you're gone. So they may have replaced who the controller was. But input negative comment here to see if he reads this. I did. Question is, who got fired? Someone at Aniplex or Sony? I suspect someone at Aniplex. They won't implement any more appends? No, you'll never see another append after this. Append system is done. And I don't think that's even a bold prediction, okay? So we will take immediate steps to ensure you never have to worry like this again. On behalf of all involved, we would like to apologize once again for the many changes we have had to announce since the 9th anniversary announcement. Why do you have to announce changes? Like, that's some of this just aggravates me because, chat, I can't stress this enough. Okay, I cannot stress this enough. When you are a game dev, you eat, sleep, and drink this game. So much to the point that you are sick and tired of it. Chat, if you guys ever feel burnt out on FGO, imagine the devs. And I'm dead serious on that. Imagine you have to go in and you have to work on the game every stinking day. Okay? It's their job to know. It's their job to understand. Now, don't get me wrong. It can be difficult to predict communities sometimes because communities are fickle. They're full of, again, like people with their own biases and agendas and bad actors and stuff like that. But to a degree, one of the talents that devs have to have is the ability to hear the complaints of the community and determine whether or not they are worth acting on. I cannot fathom for someone like Mr. 2, who's been at this for years, and really just the single core group of devs that have been at this for a long time, that they didn't know that this was going to get blowback. I cannot fathom that even being possibly true. They knew. They really did. So, like, chat, to me, this is why I don't think option number 2, dumb, is necessarily the case. I think it was planned to a degree. I think they already knew kind of how to fix it. And here's why. Here's why. Dad, let's go back. Let's look at this. Everybody gets 240 more coins. Who does this solve it for? This solves it for not only all of your like 5 stars. This solves it for 4 stars, 3 stars, 2 stars, and 1 stars. This also solves it, more importantly, for the welfares. The welfares who you can't get more coins for outside of Bond and the Evocation Festival. They literally picked a one-size-fits-all. And in that regard, I probably should have seen this coming more. Though, to be fair, chat, to be fair to me, it's kind of difficult to go from, hey, wow, one of your crazy theories got proven correct, to, oh, all of a sudden now we're fixing servant coins. All in the span of a week, right? Like, it's kind of wild for me to think that many steps ahead of the devs and to kind of stay ahead of them. So, like, yeah, I probably should have predicted that this would happen. And in the back of my mind, the whole reason that I don't like the bond level increase is partially because I feared that this would be the answer, that this was the easier solution for the devs. I had hoped that the devs would not be so fucking lazy. I had hoped that they would come up with a much more measured and, like, fair approach. And why do I say fair? Because, chat, yeah, everybody gets 240 more coins. There is one upside to this. It's just a single one. Now everybody can get 420 coins. And that means that everybody can either do a 120 and one append, or 3 appends. Every single unit in the game. In that regard, this is a fix. Because it addresses the number one issue with the entire servant coin structure. Nobody could engage in the append system without spending money. Nobody could engage in the 120 system without spending money. Not on any of the higher rarities, okay? Maybe, yeah, certainly with your like permanent 3 stars and lower, that was possible, but I gotta be honest with you guys, that was the number one issue with this game. At least as of like, hey, we have a games as a service model. We are trying to keep our players invested in the game and playing the game. And we're not even letting them partake in the new, like, what's the word I'm looking for here? The new, like, systems, the new goals that we're putting into the game. Chat, imagine you're playing League of Legends. I know, it's hell that you're walking into. But imagine you're playing League, and they go, you know what? We have a new PvP tier. But this PvP tier, you can only get in if you pay. And it gives better rewards. How's the community going to take that? Obviously, some people will do it. But the rest of the community is going to sit there and go, F that. I'm not doing that. Welcome to the append system with the coins. This is entirely why you're more free-to-play oriented people. We're like, yeah, I'm going to unlock my one append and I'm done. That's it. That's all I'm doing. Because in order to get more, I have to spend money. The system sucked because of that. The system itself was fine, but because of the restriction of access to coins, nobody wanted to really go through with it. Now, everybody can partake in it at least some. Now, that's the win. That's the W, okay? That's the W right there, chat. So why don't I like this system? Well, let's go back. Let's revisit things. What do we see? So in the past, like, how do I put this? In the past, like, 3 years, I'll be generous here. Past 3 years, what have we seen? We have seen the inclusion of 90++ nodes. We have seen the inclusion of Ordeal Call Stormpod nodes. We have seen a flat 20% increase to frontline bond units. We have seen an addition of new bond CEs that give 20%. We have had the devs announce no bond expansion. We have had the devs tell you to get all the units that you can to bond 10 for the CEs. And we now have a coin fix that forces you to bond 15. Now, y'all can deny this all you want. But there is one clear direction being painted from all of this. Every road leads to you max bonding, to which the devs think is going to make them this. Now, why? Why did the devs think that it's going to make them this? Well, for starters, they're assuming one of two things to be true. Either you are somebody that does not care and will continue to use your favorite unit at Bond 15. That is a win for the devs. Because then you're not bonding other units and you're not getting more courts. So they win. Or you go, I've max bonded my unit. I want to continue to be bond efficient. I'm going to roll another unit. And they make money off of that. So either you're getting less free shit and having to eventually either get less stuff in the game or break out the wallet, or you are going, I don't want to be inefficient, and you're breaking out the wallet. That is exactly what they're trying to do. It is this box right here. That's why I don't like number 7, chat. It's why I don't like the fact that they have still not addressed an expansion to Bond. This now puts even more pressure. And this is something I'll say. Okay, let's treat this as our coin fix. Because I'm going to be real with y'all, chat. You ain't ever getting any other adjustment to the coin system after this. It's done. We're done. Coins are never getting touched ever again. So, what does this put pressure on us to ask for as a player base, as a community? What matters here? We need Bond 20. Or we need Overflow. We don't have one of these two. We all about to get strangled. Overflow's the permanent solution. Chat? You're never getting Overflow. I'm convinced of that now. Now, like, Overflow is a copium. It's a pipe dream. I love it. It's a great idea. It'd be a great solution to their problems. They're never giving it to you. And the reason why they're never giving it to you is because Bond Overflow does not make the money. And I hate to say it, it's the truth of the matter. This company is only about making money now. That's the truth. Whether or not Mr. 2, Lasengle believe that and are trying to do that, it doesn't matter. Someone has them by the balls, and that is the entire goal. We are being milked. That's all that's happening now. Now? No. Listen, chat. It didn't used to be this way. Obviously, the gacha system was never great to begin with, but we didn't really have these sorts of issues. The devs, you guys saw the 7 points I just put up there. The devs are doing everything in their power to force you to bond. They want you to bond out all of your supports. They want you to bond out your favorite servants. They want you to keep making less and less courts. That's the issue. They implemented a blank coin system. We could get extensions to it. If they did. Wait till Aniplex or Sony decides they need a 6-star servant. I don't think they're gonna do that. I've seen people say like, "Oh, hey, you know, like we have the instance of a 150 in the game." That may be one of their upcoming plans. That may be one of their ways of expanding the game more. But we'll see. Welcome to the Doomer crew. Chat, am I being Doomer right now, or am I pointing out the very logical conclusion of how to take this? That the devs are trying to make as much money as possible. I don't think that is being Doomer. I think that is me trying to educate you all to wake up so that you don't fall victim to this like mindset of like, oh yeah, hey, I know I've max bonded a unit. I need to roll more. I'm gonna be real with y'all. You'll never make it back. You will never be more efficient. Like if you go, oh, I have hit bond 15, time to roll another unit like the devs want you to, that is not worth it. You lose in that transaction. You will spend more quartz on average than you will possibly get off of bonding a new unit. Now, the question there is, do you want the new unit? And that's always the ass kicker. That's always the thing that makes us actually roll. If you want the new unit, you're going to do it. But, and yeah, I think I am. I'm being realistic here, chat. What these solutions show me is that they are taking the solution that benefits them still. The bond fix benefits the devs still. We didn't get a longer form approach, something that's like, hey, maybe you get coins from some other source. Maybe it comes from the Evocation Festival. They picked the quick, one size fits all solution. The one that furthers you down the system that they've already been trying to further you down as much as possible. Why do you need to roll a new unit if you maxed another? That feels like a huge leap. Why do you need to roll a new unit? You don't. But you will. That's just, chat, let's be realistic again here. Over the years, I see this time and time again. Someone goes like, I've hit max bond. I'm gonna roll. I'm gonna get this new unit. Or I'm gonna get this unit so that I don't have to bond out that unit. Because of I've already bonded this unit too far. People tend not to use their bond 15 anymore. Yep. And I'm not saying that that's everybody does that. I'm just saying this is the law of averages approach. The majority of people seem to think this way. It's sort of the prevalent bias in the community. Plushie, I don't think this is an instant response to backlash. I'm a week late. Do you think devs would introduce a new super useful support to replace Castoria once people get her bond to 15? People have already had Castoria's bond at 15 since the year she was released. Right? So I do think and this is the weird thing that I'd have to say. I've seen the devs before say oh, hey, if you max bond, just roll another unit. That actually was something that got said in last year's Famitsu. Okay, where's my replacement to certain unique support units, right? Some of them are legitimately the only things that do what they can do. Can I go with a different support type? Sure. Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, I'm gonna just be real with y'all. I don't farm crazy heavy on JP. And most of my supports are relatively high in bond. We're talking bond 13 or above. So they don't got much left. And probably either by the end of this year or the end of next, they will hit max bond. No matter how efficient I try to be. So I don't know. They can sit there and say roll new unit, but there's only so much you can do with new unit, right? Sorry, rolling Lady Avalon because my Castoria hit bond 15. That's not why you did. But like, and I do think that's another thing too. I think people come up with excuses to be like, hey, I'm only rolling this new unit because my other unit hit bond 15. And they're disguising that they like low key just really want the unit. And that's all it is. Like they'll come up with an excuse to justify it, but it's kind of like the old like, hey, like the Casus Belli, like I have to have a reason to go to war. I can't just war you because I want to. I can't just like, beset you and invade you. I have to come up with a reason. So it's like, he absolutely covets my lands. He screwed me over in a trade deal. He eyed my mistress, and therefore we're invading. It's the same thing with servant rolling. Hey, I totally need to roll this new unit because, like, I'm going to need it to farm X. Or, hey, I totally need to roll this new unit because I maxed out my bond. Or, I totally need to roll this new unit because I lack this. But the reality is, I want that unit. I want that unit so bad. I'm down bad, and you can't tell me otherwise. And I do think that's the truth of it, right? Like, I think it's just straight up that that a lot of people will just come up with excuses. And it is what it is, okay? I'm not going to try to say that. I just want you guys to be aware that, like, yes, doing this and going, oh no, I hit bond 15, time to roll a new unit. That's not good for you, right? Like, roll the unit if you want it. That's the truth of the matter. Even after all this bond issue, I still think most people will roll a unit because they want it. Oh yeah, I agree. FGO does a damn good job of making you like the units too. 100%. I think that's always kind of been a thing. I think, like, if this game does nothing else well, it's absolutely its characterization, right? That is straight up the best thing that it does. This makes me highly prioritize 3-slot teams so I can have as many free slots as possible for Bond. I think already for years now we've been of this mindset, especially on JP, of like needing to come up with creative ways of handling bonding. Because again, like, and I'll say this and I'll say it again, I still fundamentally disagree with, hey, slots 1, 2, and 3 in your party bond 20% faster than your backline. I don't agree with this. I don't agree with this at all. And this tells me that that's exactly what their goal is. Everybody bonds units on their backline. They want you to bond the units that you're using the most faster. Now, I understand maybe how they can lore justify that, but I can lore justify this. The units on your backline are closer to the master. Therefore, you're actually getting to talk to them. But it is what it is, right? Like, to me, I always see through this stuff and I see that, like, yeah, that's probably why they're doing X or Y. I want bond 20 because being at 15 is dumb. I do agree with that. I like I said, I think it takes you a long time to get to the higher bond levels. But chat, I'm gonna just be real with you. The number one issue right here with this is, okay, hope you got bond grails. We're about to get a bunch, but I don't know. I feel like at this point in time, we are incentivizing people hyper bond farming. We are incentivizing people disregarding any other amount of farm. Like, Chad, I can't tell you how many times I see people say that the farming in this game sucks and that the drop rates are shit, and all they do is they sit and they sit on one node for bond purposes. And I'm like, okay. I mean, that's why it sucks. You're never farming anything else. Actually a rectangular formation with both lines going into the back line. I see. I spread it around too much. Yeah. No, I mean, I try to spread it around as much as possible. There is a point of convenience where I just say, no, I don't care. And I just want to use my supports, right? Like for instance, you guys have seen it's 20 AP nodes right now in both NA and JP, and yeah, I'm just double castoring it because I can't be asked. I'll have hundreds of bond grails that I won't use after 2 units. That's fine, and that's your own problem. Imagine not being a bond Chad and running 2 AP node and Fiyuki 120 times a day. Ugh, please no. Also, that's why you wanted an even number. No, I mean, I'm gonna be real with y'all. By far the best solution is a bond overflow, by far. But that's what I'm saying. I have no faith in the devs to actually give it to us now. I do believe that what we're beginning to see here is that, like, hey, yeah, they're only going to do certain things. Like, I am beginning to lose faith after 3 years, chat. And after 3 years, this is the fix that they came up with. It's the one size fits all fix. So we'll see if they do anything else, but I don't think we'll see it. Bond Grails is something on the horizon to be added to the Mana Prism part of the shop, just like the recent pair of gold foes and faux pas. Maybe, but you can only buy the one Bond Grail right now. So maybe they could add another one for Mana Prisms. I'll say this though, they have an issue with Mana Prisms in general, and the fact that it's like it takes like newer players are just really hard up for Mana Prisms. And chat, oh hey, how did we fix Mana Prisms? Where did we give us more Mana Prisms? In gacha rolling. I find that really funny that was their fix there too. So like that's what I'm saying. I hate to say it, chat. We can go back about 3 years and we can keep pointing to like every single one of the things that they've added has been to incentivize more spending. Now, don't get me wrong. They're a gacha game. I'm not like under any delusion that they're not in the business of making money. I'm just under the point of saying like y'all already make so damn much. Just whale on a lotto easy, yeah. Easy. Mana Prism's supposed to be easy currency, but they aren't. Yeah, I do feel like there almost needs to be like a Mana Prism allotment. And I'm dead serious. They want people to spend their AP. One of the best things they could do is just start attaching more Mana Prisms to that. We already get Mana Prisms from our dailies. Attach more. But CAD line go up. Go corp up. Yep. Sell skins, please. Yeah, I do find it funny that like one of the easiest, probably most accepted ways of monetizing this game would be to sell more skins. But this is why I say like it's got to be the butts and seats problem. They don't have the actual manpower behind the scenes, and they can't seem to get it. Skins, please. Oh my fucking god. I would love to see them like I don't know. I'm so tired of having copium, chat. I'm so tired of having copium. I would love to see them like come out one day and be like, boom, skins, boom, live 2D, boom. We are like revamping so much of the game. Like that'd be great if we got all of that for like a 10th anniversary. I don't know that they're going to do all that sort of stuff because like again, the signs at least point to them not seemingly having the people. Even if we look at extra remake, right? They had to pull in, was it Bandai Namco to help out with that? So like, yeah, I'm not like wild about their current prospects right now. And are relaunching with a full 3D game. To be fair, I think like it's becoming a little bit of a problem in gacha gaming in general. And I've said this before that like one of the biggest issues that FGO has, probably the biggest, okay? The biggest issue facing FGO, it's not age. It's not 2D. This chat. The game does not have a good reputation. Like, that by far stymies growth more than anything else. Now, people will say it's this. People will say it's this. Heck, people will say it's this. They're all excuses designed to shit on the game. Such a wholesome community helps the rep greatly. Yes. They're getting better rep by pissing off established players? Yeah, no, obviously not, right? But I really do think that's the issue. Like, because do I care that the game's old? No. Do I care that the game's 2D? No. Do I care that the game has, like, antiquated systems and functions? I mean, maybe a little bit, but no. Like, I don't care about any of this, but I'm already someone that's playing it and giving it a chance. If FGO wants to continue to grow, they have to fix this. Now, I can tell you guys flat out how I'd fix it. I've told you guys this before, and I've had people be like, yeah, holy shit. All right, here's how it works, chat. Step one. Let's sell skins. Step 2. Live 2D. Step 3. Fix coin. Give us some sort of infinite farm. Step 4. Let's see. How do I go about this from here? So with that sort of thing fixed, I think we fix FP. Step 5. Bond overflow. Step 6. Overhaul. UI. Step 7. Profit. It's that simple. I'm not even kidding you. It's that simple. You do all those things, you'll start turning this game into a monster again. Because all of a sudden, everybody goes like, oh shit, like 1 and 2 make you money. Then you don't have to rely on this. You fix this, and really this, like 4 and 6 are kind of the same. You fix this, and people don't like go, oh, I'm tired of playing the game because my favorite unit's maxed out. And they just keep going. And after all of this, players are way more hype about the game. Players are way more promoting the game and saying good things about it. And this happens. They will say shit rates. I know they will. That's fine. Let them say shit rates. Shit rates is an excuse that and okay, I'm gonna say this, and this may hurt some people's opinion of me right now. I'm sorry for that in advance. I don't think most people listen to MiHoYo fans anymore. How do I know that? Well, I see how the other gacha communities talk about MiHoYo fans. Every other game is said to have shit rates by MiHoYo fans. So most people just don't fucking listen to them at this point. So it is what it is. Like, I think everybody knows every gacha game is a gacha game at its core, and it makes money. But the problem is when you go ask an Arknights fan how FGO is, or when you go ask a Blue Archive fan how FGO is, or you go ask an Epic 7 fan how FGO is, or you go ask a Girls Front Line fan how FGO is, they're all going to kind of say the same things. Three of Hoyo's new games having the same farming mechanism, Lamau. Yeah, I mean, I gotta be honest, that's why I haven't paid much attention to MiHoYo. Genshin's Pity is better. No, I know. And like, I'm not saying this to try and dunk on MiHoYo or anything like that. I'm just saying MiHoYo fans will be like, oh, other gacha game mentioned, it's trash because of X, Y, and Z. And that's been the case for a while now. Now, to be fair, it's also because they feel embattled, so I understand that. But it's why like people have just learned to just be like, yeah, okay. And I do think that's the truth of the matter. I've gotten more stray SSRs from FGO than in Genshin. Oh yeah, obviously. Genshin's like Genshin's spook rate is ridiculously low. That's just gacha culture. Yeah, I do agree to an extent, right? And like to a degree, right, chat? I don't have any issue talking with you guys about other gacha games, as long as we're not like shilling for them, right? I don't mind having a like, hey, let's discuss actual like features and functions type of discussion, but I don't like when people come in here and they're just like, Cad, you see what X Gotcha game did? Oh my god, it's so amazing. We should all go play X Gotcha game. No. Like, I don't mind knowing what they're doing, but I also don't want to like go play that other gotcha game. FGO just needs pity to carry over. Yeah, I mean, I gotta be honest, obviously I like the pity change as a whale. But it's a start. It's not a complete fix, right? And yeah, I mean, chat, add that. Number 8, fix pity, right? Like, and I'm dead serious on this. I think if you did coins, if you did, or sorry, not coins, if you did skins and you made them live 2D and stuff like that, that in combination with the gacha, this game starts just becoming a money printer. Like, people won't give a shit. Because, like, I think I can say this now at this point. Tired of my waifu not really getting much attention. And now chat's going to be like, what do you mean, Cat Saberface? No, hear me out. Lartoria, in both of her forms, not really getting jack shit. Right? Like, it is what it is. And then even in that regard, like, even within lore arguments, we can make an argument that they're both supposed to be very freaking strong. So, and I think I can speak for a lot of people when I say this. Tired of my waifu not getting attention. I'm sure other people are too. Like, we all kind of want our favorite characters to get some kind of love. And what we do kind of see at this point is that, like, God, we're lucky to get any kind of love after like 4 or 5 years, let alone like, you know, even longer in some cases, right? So it's not me sitting here saying like, oh, I have to be the special person that gets all the attention. It's me pointing out that there's so many characters not getting the special attention. And it's why I've had to say this, but like, I truly do believe that LB6 is getting too much attention in that regard. Like, I know people have said like, oh, well, they're popular. I'm like, yes, so were the other units until we dumped them, until we just stopped giving them attention. Case in point, chat, look at Erish. Look at how hyped the community got about Erish. I have unironically seen people go, Annie 9 is trash. I have seen this statement uttered like 3 different times already. I have seen this statement unironically uttered so many times. But that's the point that I'm making. I've seen people say like, "Oh, well, the reason LB6 is getting the attention is because they're popular." I'm like, so are so many of the other units. There's so many popular units in this game. You have a game of 400 different units, and this game has made more than $1 billion over the years. You cannot tell me that there are not other popular units out of the 400 plus that we have. And like, it's not me trying to be like, oh, I dislike the LB6 units. Obviously, I like them, right? It's just one of those deals where I have to point out that, like, yeah, no, we have got to start doing better. But I think part of that issue in general is just, yeah, it's the dev crew. It's without having the possibility, and like so I'll use this as a nice segue, right? But chat, for instance, we are still only getting 14 upgrades every anniversary. And that is the lion's share of upgrades that we get every year. We have 400 different units, and we buff 14 a year. I mean, it's not 14 a year, but it's like we're lucky to see more than 30 units buffed in a given year, right? Okay. Let's talk strengthening quests. There's some characters just get way too much attention. Yeah. Why is Erish so popular? I admit I love Rin, but why Erish and not Ishtar? Okay, do you want this from a non-Rin fan's perspective? Because I can be like brutally honest with you. I can straight up tell you why Erish is more popular than Ishtar. Yeah, it's 100% how she acts. It's 100% how she acts. Like, Erish is actually sweet and like derpy, and Ishtar is like mean-spirited and like selfish. Now, some people like, you know, the latter there, but it just, yeah, I think it's straight up that Erish is just the sweeter option. Have you ever played Babylonia? Yeah. No, I mean, like, and I don't think it's like, I'm not sitting here trying to shit on Ishtar, okay? I'm just pointing out that yes, I do believe that is the reason why. It's they're both Ren, but like they're two sides of Ren. And the Erish side is the sweet side. Whereas the Ishtar side's the kick you in the balls side. If that makes any sense. Also, blonde nodders. Listen, I'm not even getting into that, chat. Erish's sweet cinnamon roll and Ishtar's licorice stick. Gilgamesh said Rin softened Ishtar. Yeah, which is wild when you think about it, right? Okay, so I'm gonna end up going over all of these in the end chat, but let me think here. So, um, yeah, I went over the Abbey buffs with you guys. So we didn't get to go over Moriarty onward. Okay. All right. Let's start the engine. So Moriarty, now obviously y'all know who I wanted. Y'all know who I wanted for the ruler buff. And guess what? She needed it more than Moriarty. Okay? Let's just get that out of the way. Now, having said that, did Moriarty need a buff? Yep. Yep. Yes, he did. Want to know why Moriarty needed a buff? Chat, let's take a poll. Let's take a poll, chat. Okay, I'm also going to set this up on the YouTube side so that YouTube gets a fair shake on this. Be honest, chat. Be honest. Got 1 minute. Let's go. Got 1 minute, chat. The poll is so telling. And I still won't. No, that's fine. That's fine. I'm not asking that question. I'm not asking if this buff changes your mind. Can't do a roll after buff? No, it's actually not germane to my point. So, right now, you guys can assume what I'm saying. I'll end it on the YouTube side. So, YouTube had 73% saying no. Twitch had 74% saying no. Y'all are lockstep on this. That is why James Moriarty needed a buff. You want to know why? Chat, because James Moriarty was constantly getting dogged for being bad. Even on his release, I saw people claim that he was a bad ruler. To be fair, he's never been that bad. He's never actually had like that bad of a kit. But where we can easily say that Moriarty did need a buff, Mellison Ruler suddenly decided to exist like a year later. And Mellison Ruler was just pretty much better at everything than Moriarty was. So, did he need a buff? Yeah, he did. She beat him at everything and was flat out more popular. So he needed some kind of justification. I had to roll for him for the Dawn. Not that I wanted that. Hey, it's okay. I didn't pull for him because I just didn't care for him. He could be God tier and I still wouldn't pull. No, I know. That's proving my point. He was not a popular character. He also didn't really do that much unique stuff. Like, the best thing that he does, he plays around with alignments. And I'm dead serious on this, right? Because you guys can see, like back here, yeah, he's anti-evil and anti-good. Okay, cool. That's it. Really all that he does. Like, so they come in here, they give him an NP interlude. He deals damage to all enemies now at an even higher rate. And basically everything is the same, but now they increased his MP damage up for 3 turns. If you guys will denote here, used to just be 1 turn. Then they were like, wait, he's not broken. Let's make this 3. And again, you can see, like, it's still the base 20%. So they know. They know that he needed this upgrade. Now, how is Moriarty looking in terms of damage numbers? Well, I'm about to give you guys that. So, here's your new Moriarty numbers, chat. And this is them before. Okay? So, they got a little better. Now, why is this maybe necessary? Because here's your Summer Mellison. So, here's your before. Right? Here's your before. Here's your Summer Mellison. Yeah, and she has 80% charge. She loops 111 nodes. Yeah, of course he needed a beater. This, like, chat, this is not going to be popular to anyone that likes Mellison, probably, but Mellison is too strong in the game's meta no matter what class she's in right now. And that's just the truth of the matter. She has way too much charge and way too much damage for having that much charge. And yeah, she cooked him. So now he cooks her. And you know what? Y'all are still going to roll for Mellison. So the only reason anyone's going to get upset over Moriarty, besides me, or somebody else feeling like their own favorite ruler should have gotten a buff, is straight up going to be that they feel attacked. That's it. That they really like Mellison and that they feel attacked. Because honestly, yeah, Mellison's still got the more capable kit, I would argue. Space Star clearly needs a buff. I think we can re-examine that in the future. I think Space Star is now at a point where there's enough competition that we can begin to look at that, right? Mellison NP is beautiful. Mellison NP is cooler. You guys are proving my point even further. And that's the point that I'm trying to make, right? Like, you can't really argue against Moriarty getting a buff unless, one, you had bias, or two, you basically just didn't want to see Moriarty succeed because you didn't like him. That's all it really is. And no matter what, it's bias coming into play, right? Does EO beat him? Well, funny you should mention that. Does EO beat him? So let's see. 420, okay, with evil 453, but we're probably not going to get evil right away. So good niches is true one at 630, and then both, yeah, we're doing solid, right? But does EO beat him? She is right on the nose. She beats him by 2k. And then we got the Divine Power mod. Thing is, if any of his power mods are coming into play, he doing good. Okay? So in that regard, him being anti-good, definitely nice. His old man version is cooler. I do agree with that. Is a ruler Kagatora also good? She is, but she's single target. Which is how the game should be balanced. Yeah, I agree. Like, EO is neck and neck with him. You don't have to get Moriarty, but Moriarty now beats the welfare as he absolutely should. So I'm okay with that. Like, I'm okay with our welfares being pseudo 5 stars. I'm not okay with our welfare shitting on 5 stars, which does happen sometimes. You can be good and evil? Yes, ask Arjuna Alter. Also remember, so how Moriarty works here, chat, is he inflicts evil alignment on the enemy. This is in addition to whatever alignment the person already has, right? So if they're already evil, there's no change. But if they're good, if they're chaotic, if they're neutral, whatever, right? Like, he just adds that on top of it. Yo, God Juna needs a buff? No, God Juna doing great now with the 5th append. How does Buntoria fare against him in damage? I'm so glad you asked! Thank you, diligent chatter. Okay, let's take a look at Buntoria. Buntoria absolutely needs the buff! Jeez! Yeah, no, straight up, she needed it more than he did. Like, there is no doubt in my mind, Buntoria has the lowest NP damage of all AoE rulers, barring technically welfare cats. So would you say Moriarty stole the buff from Buntoria? No, because I can see why they went with it. I just dear God, please fix my waifu. Just so people will stop shitting on her. Because, a lot of why she's good is actually locked into the crit damage. It's not necessarily her MP damage. But yeah, I mean, there's a minimal value of MP damage you got to be able to do, right? And chat, to be fair, let's point something out here. Okay. Point something out here. And by the way, this top number is including the fifth append, which by the way doesn't do jack shit for her. But basically looking at these, right? The issue at play here is that you're actually getting a damage spike on turn 2. And it's because the delayed royal buff jump. You get it on turns 2 and on turns 4. So you don't get any benefit on turn 3. The fact that they have not fixed that is still ridiculous to me. And the fact that the fifth append does not fix it either is also stupid. They did kind of drop hints to Moriarty Ruler all year. They buffed Charlie in March, Constantine and Don Quixote in May. Kind of makes sense they would get buffed alongside him. Yeah, I like I said, I'm not upset that it's Moriarty other than I wanted it to be Ruler Artoria, right? My Summer Scotty, your Summer Scotty's still fine. The only issue at play with all of this, and we'll talk about that when we get to looking at the greater scheme here, but it's just, yeah, they didn't really buff much in the way of quick. All right, chat, then we finally get the Corday buff, and I don't have to say much about this because this doesn't actually change Corday's damage. This just makes Corday more usable. What do I mean? Well, you guys can see, originally, she had Ludicrous Planning D, grants 1 random buff from these 3 effects, only 1 can be activated, increases her own arts, critical damage, or NP damage for 3 turns. So again, only 1 can be activated of the 3. It's totally RNG. You have no way of influencing this or no control over it. So when you need arts for, you know, like getting to your NP, you're going to get the NP damage. When you need NP damage, because you want to hit harder, you're going to get crit damage. And when you need crit damage, you're going to get your arts up when you have no arts cards. That's just the way that this game works. Anyways, now they upgraded it, so now you get to select one of the 3 options below, which is the way it should have always been, frankly. I do like this. We're starting to see as they are just beginning to get rid of RNG skills because nobody likes them. RNG skills suck ass, and everybody knows it. So she also gains 20 crit stars in addition to it now. So yeah, it's a much better skill. You can now pick the one that best suits your situation. This absolutely is phenomenal, and it's just going to make Charlotte Corday's damage more consistent. So especially buff soon. Fuck RNG, yeah. The RNG buff that I really want to see. Please let us do it. Buff Ruler Da Vinci. Like, the fact that she has RNG on her NP effect, you can't do shit with that. You cannot plan around it. You just gotta pray that you get the right one that benefits you. Oh, also, chat, nobody asked, but here was Karen's numbers. Yeah, he beats Karen now. I asked Cat SMH. Yeah, like I said, no one. No, I'm just kidding. I didn't see it if you did. I'm sorry. I tell you, chat, I don't ignore you because I don't want to read your question. I usually ignore you because I didn't see your question. Okay. So that's those 2. Next up we have, well, I mean, does anyone actually care if I talk about Hokusai? Like, I don't think anyone in the chat actually cares, right? Avalon's gonna delete me. Anyways, let me see if Avalon sent me any numbers for Hokusai. Oh, look, Avalon sent me new refund numbers for Hokusai as well. So obviously Hokusai got I think we could say it was a needed upgrade, right? Like, I think at this point in time, every AoE foreigner can be considered to have a needed upgrade just due to the fact that, you know, obviously Kukulkan exists. So she's already had the upgrade to her second skill. Nom de Plume kind of has given her a little bit more versatility in how it could be used. It could be used before the NP or after the NP. I'm maybe not the hugest fan of that, but at least it gives you options. So it is what it is. But they finally came in and they said, all right, let's take this Podunk NP that deals 5 hits of AoE damage and deals damage to all enemies, then deals extra damage to enemies with man attribute, and let's just make it better. Chat increases her own NP generation rate by 30% for 1 turn. Chat, they're not going to ever again buff a unit's NP gain stat. They're just going to do this. Okay? They have done it once before. They did it with a Skandar, but they're never going to do it again. They're just going to do this. They're just going to be like, here you go. Here's more NP gain because we realized we done fucked. So, I've said it before. I'll say it again. She was absolutely someone that was capable of looping. Most of the time, just due to the fact that Oberon exists, he really facilitates a lot of these arts units at this point to be fairly solid. But yeah, I don't think anyone would say that she had like great refund numbers or anything like that. So this 30% is definitely going to help out a lot more. Basically, with 2 times Castoria against 3 neutrals, you're now looking at a possibility of 3 out of 15 overkill hits, so just 1 hit of overkill against 3 enemies. That's going to refund you about 78.83%. So, not the best, but yeah, you're a lot more consistent, and certainly with a decent amount, you might be able to get to 100. That is looking at basically 12 out of 15 overkill hits, which is nigh impossible, would get you to 100. But I don't know. I'm not going to say like you can't do it. It just may be that you need a third support that actually like someone like Nero Bride or something, right? Somebody that facilitates extra NP gain. Obviously, with 2 out of 10 overkill hits against 2 enemies, that would be enough to get you to 50%, which is your kind of break-even point. So she would be still capable now, even against 2 enemy waves, which is definitely a lot better. Berserkers, though, are going to be her wheelhouse. That's going to be a little bit more spicy. And Berserkers, it's just going to be 63% with 3 out of 15 overkill hits. So definitely not the greatest there. But that's kind of always been her problem. If you're actually using Hokusai effectively against Berserkers, yeah, we don't got a lot of refund against Berserkers. That's just been a problem in general. Now she'll also reduce, basically 500% chance to reduce all enemies' arts resistance by 20% for 3 turns, activating first as well. So this on top of the NP gain, gonna really help out, okay? So now you're dealing more damage. Now you're also getting more refund. And again, she does get these standard NP interludes. So not only do we get more damage off of this, but we're getting more damage off of this. The big thing you guys need to watch out for is the enemy like debuff immune or something like that. That's going to be to her demerit. This is also not really going to help her looping through enemy waves too much. It will be there, but it'll only be there the one time. Whereas if you're going up against the same set of enemies over and over and over again, this is going to stack because it's 3 turns. So she'll start dealing more damage. She'll start refunding more because of that. And that can definitely be to her advantage. So this does make her better in challenge form against a same set of enemies. Because you'll be able to stack that, and that'll be a lot nicer for her. So I do like the fact that they leaned into that. They didn't touch the man attribute. I think that's perfectly okay. We don't need to see any sort of insane, super effective scaling. We already have insane, super effective scaling in the game, so I think she's okay there. How that worked for her damage-wise, now you guys can basically see she's doing a lot better. She did have a temporary bugged skill 3 that actually applied her defense down from her skill 3 with her NP before damage, which is not how it's supposed to work. It's supposed to go after the attack happens. So during that time period, we actually managed to see these numbers out of Hokusai, but it's already been fixed. It got actually fixed within 24 hours, so people didn't get to play with it too often. But yeah, it was an interesting thing to see here, basically the sheer amount of damage increase that you had, as this was increasing it even more, right? But yeah, she's definitely in a lot better place. This basically increased it by about 150,000 right there during man trait, or again, even something like 100,000 outside of man trait. So yeah, we're doing a lot better. This is definitely just more solid damage, more solid refund. So it addresses a lot of what the community had concerns with for Hokusai. Is she going to be your best AoE damage dealer? No, I don't think you should expect that, but she will definitely be a lot more serviceable and a lot more usable. Obviously, at some point in time, if they end up buffing something like Kukulkan, then we have to all scream at them. but I don't think that's going to be the case. I think they kind of know. Mr. Chu kind of even mentioned that, yeah, they have some power creep issues in the game now, which I gotta say, it's good to hear him actually like mention that, because it tells me that they're cognizant of it. As opposed to, waving their hands and being like, no, 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 there's nothing to see here. We haven't totally overbuffed anyone. We haven't released any like OP as shit units. What are you talking about? So now they're actually like kind of acknowledging it, but it be what it is. Any NP5 numbers asking for a friend? You'd have to talk to Mr. Mathman Avalon for that. I don't have it on hand at the moment. That was Hokusai's buff, and then we got a red hair buff. Actually, I don't remember the red hair buff. What the hell was this? Was it this? Oh yeah, okay. So his various martial arts. Basically, he has a chance to increase his own critical star absorption and ignore invincibility for 1 turn, and self evasion for 1 turn. Now, this was not the strongest in general, because again, his absorption chance was 80%, and it was only 600. Granted, he is a writer. Writers have the highest star absorption in the game, so he really didn't need a whole lot here for this. But then he also had a chance to ignore invincibility, which is also 80%. No one was fucking luring this skill. It was not worth it. And so now we get an upgrade. So now there's no more chance, because the devs realized RNG is stupid again. And they ended up giving him 3 turns of invincibility instead of just the 1, increasing his own critical star absorption by 600 for 3 turns, granting himself the evasion for 1 turn, granting himself critical stars every turn for 3 turns by 15, and gains critical stars of 15 on use. I'm not going to say you have a reason to lore this even still, but like, yeah, this skill just got a whole lot better. I'm going to be real with y'all though. This doesn't really help red hair. It does. It's not making him worse. It definitely addresses some problems in his kit. I'm still not taking red hair to a node. Red hair's damage is still poo-poo. Red hair's looping is still poo-poo. So, yeah, it is what it is. Like, he's nice for the fact that he ignores invincibility and has invuln pierce. That's it. That's the only reason why I would use him. Outside of that, I'm not taking him. And I think it's a fair assessment for a unit at this point in time that is story locked and you don't have an easy access to. So I don't think, like, I'm not trying to hate on him. I think this is just the reality of where he's at right now in the game. I don't recommend really anybody invest too hard into him simply because of that. You can do it if you want. It's just, that's not my recommendation. My recommendation to be any number of other 3-star riders. Poop poop, cat, are we in preschool? Yes. Red hair is still weak AF. So much of his kit is still awful. Yeah, it is what it is, right? Like, he's got 3 attacks, 5 turns, quick up. He's got critical damage, 3 attacks, 5 turns, and own attack, 3 attacks, 5 turns. They've got to stop this. This is so bad. Like, I'm sorry. It just, I know they're a low star. I don't care. It's still bad. Low stars are already gimped by their stats. You don't need to gimp them further by giving them just actually bad, like, skill setups. I'll be using him once other riders are bond 10. Understandable. Sudoku already has him at 120. Yeah, Jesus, that attack stat. Yeah, I mean, it's a 3-star, but like, it is what it is, right? Like, I hope they fix red hair, because I do think he's an interesting character and he deserves his time in the sun, but he ain't gonna get it if they don't start fixing him in a hurry at this point. All right, so that was Hokusai and Red Hair. And then we have our last 2 buffs. And we're going to start out by talking about Nursery Rhyme, because I'm going to debate all of you. So, Nursery Rhyme, and chat, I did list her as one of the 4-stars that could get a buff. Why? When was the last time y'all used Nursery Rhyme? I'm just saying. Tower of it, yeah. I've certainly used her before. I've used her, actually, one of the most effective uses of her that I had back in the day was one of the old, I think it was an old Valentine's, or was it the Prisma Ilia CQ? One of them was really good. Particularly, you could also use it in the like Hassan quest, like the CQ in the old school like Nero Fest. She was also really good there. She's really good against assassin gauntlets because she drains even though she doesn't deal a shit ton of damage. And she is an arts looper and she does have charge. So that was always her forte, but she's never really been strong for damage. So I cannot believe it took them, because chat, I need you all to remember when Nursery Rhyme came into the game. Anyone remember? London. Nursery Rhyme is a year one unit. She is a year one unit. And we didn't have an NP interlude for her. And I'm going to be real with y'all. If you actually go read the line in game, the line in game also, it doesn't even say deals a large amount of damage to enemies. It says it deals a medium amount of damage. Her NP was never very strong. So it's been an issue, right? So they come back in, they go, you know what? Boom. Standard NP interlude. There you go. That's all she got. That it. That's simple. Just here you go. Just more damage. Nursery Rhymes never had the greatest refund. We're looking at basically, because it's a 3-hit, right? In order to hit the 50% breakpoint, you only need a single out of 9 hits to be overkill. So that's not bad. But at 3 out of 9 hits, you're also only getting 56%. So you're not getting a ton. You're not getting like, oh man, I'm full refunding with Nursery Rhyme, right? Look at her skills, Cad. Wait, was it a skill buff? Wait, was it a skill buff? It was. Thank you, chat. Totally forgot about this. Okay, so increase her own defense by 30% for 1 turn. Increase her own defense for 3 turns. This is basically Morph from Tamamo, right? Increase her own debuff resistance for 3 turns by 40% has also been okay, especially if you're going up against annoying ass assassins. And then we end up increasing her own arts performance for 3 turns. This explains why Avalon gave me the refund numbers for this of 30%. This definitely helps out with the damage. Okay. And this will help out with the refund too. Arts up is 100% one of the things that she needed. From there, we also charge the NP gauge of child servant allies by 20%. Wait, is she not considered child? Okay. In stage 2 and 3, she is. I was going to say, I was like, hold on. And then increase the NP damage of fairy tale servant allies by 20% for 3 turns. So basically, yeah, it's just a very nice solid upgrade. This is going to help out her refund numbers a lot more. It's definitely going to end up getting her into a better scenario. She is book in stage 1. To be fair, though, book best stage. So is what is. But understandable. She is also a Melisande buff. You're right. Children's no, I'm just kidding. Fairy tale servant. Scenario didn't change really, but more damage. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's not going to, right? But yeah, it is what it is. So let's take a look at the damage numbers here. You guys can see. Basically, Castoria ends up not Castoria, but Nursery ends up essentially getting a nice upgrade. It's not crazy good, but you guys can see, especially with someone like Nursery Rhyme, who's permanent at this point, a lot of you guys probably will have NP5. So looking at the NP5 numbers here, we do get a sizable upgrade. It's not going to be like world-beating damage, but it definitely is a usable amount, and getting that kind of arts up there, getting the charge in there, getting the NP damage, it's just going to help out. Mello doesn't have the child trait. I know, I was joking. Anyway, now you can't use stage 1 if you want to seriously use her. Yeah, I will agree. I'm not a huge fan of buffs like that. Like, because we've restricted the form, I really think they need to like unlock this sort of stuff, but I understand. I understand what they're trying to do with it. I don't know. I think it's stupid when we can't use the ascension that we actually want. It defeats the point of having multiple ascensions. Great synergy with Benny Enema now. I mean, she's an arts unit, so she's always going to function really well with a lot of other arts units, right? And that's where I said, like, putting her in a servant gauntlet type scenario, because I think a lot of people overlook this aspect to her, right, chat? Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that. She's an AoE drainer, potentially. Now, it's not a high chance there, but that's always kind of been something that's been really strong about her. She can sit there and loop over enemies and just keep denying, which is really, really nice. Now I'm waiting for Summer Marie because refund is like 2/3 of the lowest. Hey, it's okay. I'm sure they remember. Who? Who was it again that we were talking about? Marie Alter. Oh, right. Yeah, Marie Alter. You're killing me tonight. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Anyway. So that was Nursery Rhyme. Yeah, I totally forgot. I don't know why I was thinking it was the NP interlude with her. Because Merlin got an NP no, I'm just kidding. He didn't. Chat. Come here. Come here. Come closer, chat. 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 Come closer. Come closer. Okay. Merlin did not need an upgrade. Put your hood on? Okay. Merlin did not need an upgrade. This should not surprise any of you. I'm still happy he got one. Oh, I'm sure everyone is, right? Like, it's just, I don't know. He didn't really need it. Like, I have to go on a little bit of a rant here. This is so freaking stupid from so many different angles. And I think the only reason that we're upgrading Merlin is because people were like trying to compare Merlin to Oberon. And that's it? Like maybe to Proto Merlin? Huh? He is still one of the best supports in the entire game. If you were going into a challenge scenario and you want to take a Buster team, you're probably taking Merlin. Assuming you can't 3-turn the node. Like, it is. It's that way. It's always been that way. And that has never changed. And I'm gonna say this, okay? I'm gonna say this. Chat's not gonna like me. Tamamo also did not need a buff. It is what it is. Neither of them need buffs. They're both good. They are both fantastic. And I understand people want it, but it's your bias leaking. So you know what, chat? I'll tell you what. I'll cut you a deal. Tamamo can get a buff as long as Castoria gets one. Deal? That's a fair deal. No, it's not a fair deal, chat. It's ludicrous. Deal, I'm winning either way. Yeah, no. And that's the truth of the matter. Listen, Tamamo fans, okay? I know you like Tamamo. Tamamo is not dead. And nobody is saying that she is. And I'll go ahead and I'll say this. I'll say this to anyone in chat. Anyone that thinks Tamamo is dead is an idiot. And it's the truth. Okay? That's the truth of the matter. Tamamo's still in a very good place. He absolutely still boosts damage for arts comps quite a bit. More so even in some cases than a unit like Oberon. So it really does matter. In all seriousness, I think Tamamo's biggest competition at the current point in time is not Merlin, but Proto. Her competition's not Castoria. And I'm also going to say this. Tamamo has never been the meta go-to, like, caster at any point. Her best time in the sun in that regard was for certain arts loopers. For a while, Tamamo really held prominence. That's it. That was her greatest extent of usefulness at any given point. And still being used in challenge quests on top of that, right? So that's the greatest prominence that she's ever achieved. Why? Because she's got a challenge-oriented kit. That is phenomenally what she is good at. She's good at cooldown reduction, she's good at keeping the party alive, and she is great at boosting damage. She is not great at protecting the party. That is her deficiency. That's also why she works really well with Castoria. Lady Avalon replaced Tamamo? She didn't replace Tamamo. She's just probably the greatest competition to Tamamo. If they can buff Nero, they can buff Tamamo. Listen, and I'm not trying to say, like, we can't buff Tamamo. I'm just trying to say she doesn't really need it. She's still in a very good spot, okay? But it's the same thing as Merlin. Merlin is still in a very good spot. Merlin didn't need this upgrade. And now I get to talk to you about why this upgrade's kind of ridiculous. Okay, so let's go look at it. So I know why they buffed it, okay? And it's pretty easy to see. And I did tell you guys, hey, chat, if Merlin got an upgrade, it's probably not going to be a huge upgrade. It's probably just going to be a small tweak. And that's kind of what they did. But they tweaked him a little bit more than I thought they would, okay? All right. So let's take a look at basically Succubus Ridge EX, okay? Grants party invincibility for 1 turn. It's on an 8-turn cooldown instead of a 7 like Merlin's. Reduces all enemies in P gauge by 1 every turn for 1 time. Unstackable on the next time they try to gain NP. So charges her own gauge based off the number of enemies, and the amount of the NP charge is multiplied by the number of enemies. This is power creep. We were perfectly okay right up until this point. This is power creep. Now, to be fair, part of the reason she kind of ends up needing it is because the duration of her NP is only 3 turns to Merlin's 5. However, she kind of counteracts that by already having basically the scaling aspect of her NP and the fact that she straight up has high-speed divine words in her kit in addition to Merlin's mixed blood. So she just kind of naturally had ways to offset that issue. But it is what it is, okay? So they came back in here and they said, hey, let's take Merlin's invincibility for the party on a 7-turn cooldown. Nobody liked it on a 7-turn cooldown. And it was definitely one of the bigger issues with trying to run double Merlin comps. Increase the party's critical star generation rate. Everybody always forgets that it does this, but it actually is really nice. People often also forget that it reduces crit chance, which can also be really nice if you have a unit that scales based off the number of debuffs on an enemy, or any debuff on an enemy. Cough, cough, Arjuna Alter. So there are some really, really nice aspects to this skill that most people just look at it as a party-wide invincibility. Then they come in and they say, you know what? Cooldown getting upgraded. We're going to reduce it down to 6. We're also going to increase the party's critical star generation rate for 3 turns now instead of just the 1. And it's, again here, as you guys can see, not just that. We're also going to end up charging basically... Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah. Okay, I was sitting there thinking, like, wait, did I already read this? No, increases the party's critical damage for 3 turns on top of that. So Merlin already had this skill chat, and it's called Hero Creation EX. And it kind of dumb. I saw someone in chat earlier say, "Oh, this makes Merlin Buster crit support." What do you mean? He was already Buster crit support. And it doesn't even matter if it's Buster. This is all crit for 100%. And now this is all crit for the party for 3 turns by 50%. I think they were trying to make you like lore this skill, but the reality is most people that use Merlin lore this skill anyways because the 7-turn cooldown was already spicy. So it is what it is. But now we do it even more. Now we get even more damage. And then the dumbest change here. Actually the dumbest. If you really wanted to combat Lady Avalon's insane advantage, you could have just given a similar effect. You didn't even have to make it 20%. You could have made it 10% per enemy. But instead, you chose violence. Now, Merlin is a 30% party charge. Do you know who this hurts? A certain fox? Yeah. Yeah, this actually does hurt Koyami. She's now not the only 30% party charge support. And let's be real, Merlin buffs the units, a single unit's buster more, and has a much, much better NP for survival purposes. So what does Koyami have on him? Well, she basically can give the same amount of charge to the party. She increases the party's damage a little bit more. Whereas Merlin increases 1 unit's damage, right? So we'll say this is party damage. Merlin increases 1 unit's damage even higher. She doesn't protect the party. She has some interesting rare niches with like overcharge and like animal characteristics and dots. These normally do not come into play. Because of this Merlin buff, yeah, now I can definitely say Koyami needs a buff. Merlin just power crept her pretty hard. Right there. Certainly not if we're talking a multi-damage dealer setup, but if we're talking a single damage dealer setup, Merlin's just the superior choice. Especially for challenge content now. Wouldn't this buff her as a looper? Not really. Yeah, it's basically Koyami's got offensive firepower over him, but mostly from a party standpoint or herself, right? Not from a crit standpoint, not from a single damage dealer standpoint. Yang moving further back in the fucking queue? No, Yang still needs an upgrade. Merlin versus Lady Avalon never made sense. Yeah, I don't really understand it to begin with either. Because, again, like, Merlin is going to be who you're going to take if you're doing Buster. Lady Avalon is who you're going to take if you're doing Arts. Taking Merlin to an Arts is a thing that happened quite a bit in the past. But now that Lady Avalon exists, I don't know why you would. Similarly, taking Lady Avalon to a Buster comp could be done, but at that point, I just assumed that you couldn't find a Merlin, or you maybe lacked supports of your own, right? Like, can you do it? Yes, but they're not really competition for each other. Because now she can do Koyan Merlin and Koyan Oberon. Yeah, I mean, Oberon's still going to be the more offensive, right? You're not going to beat Oberon's damage boosting unless you are Tamamo, Lady Avalon, or basically Santa Martha. Those are like the only ones that are really going to have the potential to outscale. And they are very dependent on the situation. The other thing that Kiyomi has over Merlin is she plays nice with Oberon. That's very true. However, let's be real. You should never really be running Oberon in a scenario in which you're not going to 3-turn. Why? Because you're just sitting there sitting on his third skill at that point. Which I think is the truth of the matter. So, worst case scenario, what you would do is you would plug suit. And guess who you're going to plug suit for? You're gonna plug suit out Merlin so that you don't have the weird wonkiness when you're ready to kill. If you were choosing whom would get the buff, which of the casters would you have picked, Cad? It's a little bit more difficult. Like, I think our single targets are largely in a good spot for the 5 stars. I have said I do think it's like low-key kind of time for caster Umu to get an upgrade, but I kind of am okay with it pending the 5th append. Honestly, I'd rather buff Scotty. I'd rather buff Scotty, chat. I think it's a smarter buff choice. In all seriousness. What would you buff? Well, quick based NP gain or basically charge after I'd give like one of her skills a unique buff where it says if you use a quick MP that you get charge after your MP, the static amount. You could maybe even do it in a wonky way where you actually get more charge depending on how few enemies you hit. So maybe if you hit one enemy, you get 50% charge. And this is just me throwing random numbers out, so it doesn't have to be these amounts, right? Maybe with like 2 enemies, you get like 30% charge, and maybe with 3 enemies, you only get like 10% more charge or something like that. Like, and like I said, I realize how absurd the 50% sounds, right? But like, there would be ways you could do it that you could end up improving the whole situation for Quick and allow them better capability to function in a like odd set node. 3 times 3 turns overcharge for skill 3? I'm not sure overcharge necessarily helps a lot of the quick units. Give her a big battery, also battery per turn. I mean, let's be real with you. You could probably also do something like crazy, like, hey, let's give her defense down like 20%. Now she's quick Oberon. But and I'm not saying they necessarily need to do that, but that would certainly help quick. Only problem is we would start to see because it would not be like any change they need to make to like the Scotties does need to be quick specific. If it's not quick specific, then you're going to end up in a scenario in which like basically other card types take advantage of it. So if you make Scotty a new 70% charger, other card types are going to take advantage of her. Waiver plus quick up means we could see 2 times waiver teams again. The split charge would be great for quick. You just want to watch the world burn, don't you? Double quick buff Oberon version 2. Yeah. Osaka Hime is a solo unit now. Yeah, Osaka Hime is not very good as a support at this point in time. They kind of doomed her with just how they built her kit and buffed her over the years. But we'll see, right? Like, maybe they can find some way to salvage that to a degree. But I don't think she's, like, terrible. I just think that you really do need to be using her in more of a challenge environment / solo environment for her to really be popping off. Okay. So now, chat, that's all the buffs. Let's talk about them all in total. Where do I think the devs did good? I think it's absolutely an A+ buff on Benny. She straight up needed it. They did a fantastic job with choosing her and with the buff that they did give her. I think this is absolutely great. Gilderay, I can give them points for Gilderay needed a buff, but this gets like, I'm gonna give them like a C+. This doesn't really fix Gilderay. This is like, they get points for hitting the right unit and they lose points for not giving the right buff. Okay? Cleo, I think Simi needed it more, but if there was anyone besides Simi that needed it, it was Cleo. So, yeah, I'm okay with this buff. And the buff that they give her is strong. It's perfect. It's exactly what they needed. So this gets another A+. Okay. Here's my first this gets a C for me. Here's why. It's a good buff. But one, Asclepius didn't need a buff. He was already arguably our strongest 3-star support. 2, they gave him arts up. So now he's gonna be kind of, I'm not gonna say pigeonholed, but they're trying to push you into using him with arts. This was yet another scenario that they could have actually given him. Like, hey, they could have given him quick up. They could have made him, if anything, more pushed towards quick rather than towards arts. So it's really weird. I have to point out the fact that, chat, there is one quick unit that got a buff in this entire 14 strengthenings. Okay? So that's why, to me, it gets a C. It does address his probably biggest issue for using him in challenge comps, but it absolutely should not have been Asclepius. This was your 3-star caster choice. Chat, if not for how good this buff is, this would get an F. This would absolutely get an F from me, if not for how good the buff is. Like, straight up, this should have been so many other units. There are so many more 3-star casters that need the love more than Asclepius did. Skandar gets an A+. He absolutely needed it at this point in time. I know people think like, oh, well, his damage is still really good on paper. True, but let's be real with y'all. He had no charge. You basically could not 3-turn with him outside of doing like Kuro shenanigans. And practically nobody was using him anymore. So they gave him the buff that he needed. It absolutely was what he needed. They maybe went a little bit overkill. I should maybe not give them an A+. Maybe it should just be an A, but I'm okay with that, right? Like I said, I'm A-okay with the upgrade they did give him, and I'm more astounded that they actually chose to give him defense removal. Or sorry, not removal, Pierce. Like, that's nutty to me that he can give that to the party. He now, like, creeps a little bit on Sherlock at this point. Nitocris. Yes, gets another A+. If there is no 4-star assassin that needed this more. And out of all the buffs they could have given her, this is the perfect upgrade. So they're at least showing with some of these units, they know exactly what they need. This is kind of why the 2 C's right now in the list look really weird to me. Right? Like, so basically, we got a C+ here and we got a C here. I don't understand what they were doing with either of these two. Both of these two are just really, really weird. Eris cries in a corner? Wait, why Eris? Okay. Then we got the Abby buff. So the Abby buff was. Oh, right. Yeah. The super effective. Jesus. The super effective terror buff that she can basically put on just about everybody. Sorry, yeah, power mod, not super effective. I still can't wrap my head around this. I can't believe they actually did this. Not only that, they gave her 20% more charge. Now she functions as a 50% charger. I think the better question that I have to ask myself is, did Abby need it as a single target foreigner? I don't think she needed it the most. Abby has already had buff removal on her NP. You're always going to have Abby being a good unit because of that. This one's going to get a B from me. I do think it's a really strong buff. I do think it's okay that they buffed her, but there are other single target foreigners that needed it more, particularly Yang. So for me, this one, it's good, and I'm only discounting them because of who they chose, right? Billy. Oh, Billy. Billy is your only quick unit. Oh, I'm sorry. No, technically I was wrong. There's two. I forgot Red Hair. So we had two quick units that got buffed, and it was the 3 stars. Let's see. Billy, they gave him more crit damage. Wait, what was Billy's buff? Hold on. I feel like I'm forgetting some of it. Yeah, they gave him quick up. They gave him an actual steroid, and he gains crit stars. They got a B minus for this. I'm okay with them giving Billy a steroid. I do think he needed it. The fact that they gave this man crit star bomb and more crit damage when he already had some of the highest crit damage in the game as a 3-star, I don't know what the fuck they're thinking. Like, and I'm dead serious on this. Pen Sage, thank you for the follow. It's just really, really weird to me. He's also a archer who's already naturally going to soak a lot of the stars anyways. So like, yeah, now he has a pin for it. Yeah, it's really weird to me. Like, I think the Billy buff could have been better. They've really pushed him into the damage, like for crit and stuff like that. He's not called Billy the Crit for no reason. I would have probably done different stuff with the guy. That's the only reason why I'm not giving them like perfect marks on this. And so that's like, it's why, you guys can see from like here on out, I start to get a lot more middling on the buffs. Like, their first couple days, they were really solid. I'm not going to get too upset over the Gilderay buff. The Asclepius buff is the only like kind of whiff for me from them in those first couple days. This is where we start going like, okay, sure, right? Like the Moriarty buff, it is perfect for him. It's exactly what he needed. They boosted him beyond Melison's damage. He's now competitive with EO, and he is doing solid damage. So like, yeah, I can't get upset about this. Absolutely what he needed. But Button Toria, I'm a patient man, chat. I'm a patient man. Look, I'm not gonna say he's not one of the units that didn't need it, right? Like he definitely did. Whereas with Abby, I'm not really convinced Abby needed it. And the reason why, it's the same argument that I use against Amakusa, okay? It's when you're a unit that has buff removal, you shouldn't be doing great damage. Why? Because you're already going to get taken. You already have one of the most unique and powerful like niches the game can have. You remove buffs from an enemy before damage, you are solid. No matter how poo-poo your damage gets. Okay? So in that regard, yeah, that's why I feel about this. Abby had already had upgrades that addressed her major issues. This was just icing on the cake. They just straight up put more fuel to the fire in the Salem witch hunt trial bonfire. Anyways, the point that I'm trying to make is just that like Abby's buff seems odd to me, whereas like Moriarty's doesn't seem odd to me in the slightest. Moriarty did need this buff. Straight up, okay? Charlotte. Just another A+. These two were good. And I'm dead serious. Like, I can have sour grapes over Moriarty getting chosen, but these two were good. They're absolutely fantastic buffs. So, to me, Charlotte, absolutely the buff that she got is the buff that she needed. She's a 1-star. They don't need to make her do crazy bukus of damage. They just addressed the most annoying freaking part of her kit. So they did a great job here. They did exactly what I would have done and what I have actually said before that they should do with her. So the fact that you can choose, fantastic. That's the proposed change that I have said before, and I think that that's exactly why I'm okay with it. Hokusai. I gotta think about this. Gonna get an A. It's not perfect marks, only because of the fact that she has an arts debuff here rather than a buff. You guys know I have a little bit of bias towards that sort of thing. I will always prefer a buff versus a debuff. Debuffs can fail. Debuffs can be resisted in the sense that like maybe an enemy is immune, and they also don't get carried between waves with you. So in that regard, yeah, it's not perfect. It's not absolutely ideal, but it is really good, and it is 100% what she needed. So like, well, sorry, it's 99% what she needed, right? Like, it's very solid. And yeah, it's not enough to get it like perfect, right? But I really do. I like, that's the only reason I'm gonna knock it any. I do think Hokusai did need the buff. We had argued about this in prior days. I kind of came around to chat's methodology of thinking on that. I do agree she was one of the units that needed it. A big reason for why is we have units out there that were kind of out damaging her, like Voyager, who did a lot more for the party, or again, Summer Abby, who had, again, buff removal and sleep. So I think Hokusai kind of being a little bit more one tricky needed a lot more damage, and that's where I'm okay with this buff. Red hair. It's a D. I'm not going to give him failing because they did address one of the big problematic issues with his kit, which was the chance for those two procs to occur. I'll give them props for recognizing that that was stupid and getting rid of it. It just is not at all what red hair actually needed to be taken to a node at this point in time. That's how I kind of judge a lot of these buff chats. Is so, like, for instance, Corday's buff is perfect because now I might actually take Corday to nodes. Now I'm not going to worry about the RNG aspect because I know I can pick it. I ain't taking red hair. And even with this, yeah, it makes him a little bit better. It's not impacting his low damage or his bad refund numbers. So they really have to address that, especially on a story locked unit. Like, you're not getting very many copies of red hair unless you try to go out there and roll for him. So yeah, the fact that he's in the shape that he's in, no. He should be a lot better for what he is. Honestly, looking at another story locked unit, Columbus absolutely trounces red hair. It's not even close. Columbus can 3-turn, especially if you actually lure his skills. So like, nah. I just don't really see it. Okay, now for the last two. Nursery Rhyme. I know how I feel about the buff. I'm trying to think about how I feel about her as the choice. Yeah, I'm okay with this. I'm okay with this. I have no issues with it. I think it's an A plus. I straight up think that this was necessary. Nursery crime for a reason. M for Merlin, yes. Rated NC 17. Oh my god, the ads paused your stream. I mean, that's great if they did, assuming you can like catch back up, but you can't, can you? Like it just jumps you back to live, doesn't it? Rated M for Dick Wizard? No, this is rated F. This is the only one I'm gonna give an F to. This is an absolute failure. They never should have touched Merlin. Like, and the buff that they gave Merlin to me doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It doesn't really help him compete with like Proto Merlin, really. It doesn't, like, I don't get it. I gotta be honest with you guys. This buff is stupid to me. Like, it's a good buff. It makes him stronger. It just power creeps like Kaya and Skaya's uses, and I don't really understand why. The Immortal comp can start off turn 1 and peeing now, I think. I mean, let's ask ourselves another question. Did the Immortal comp need to get stronger? No. Like, I don't know what to say, right? Like, I wouldn't mind if it was stronger. Yeah, I can't say we're not going to benefit from this. It's just the choice should not have been Merlin, and the upgrade they gave to Merlin just stupid. Like, so it gets an F. Yeah, it's a tone deaf buff, and like I said, I think a lot of it just comes with pressure that Merlin. I've seen people asking for Merlin to get buffed, and I've always told them that they're wrong. And Merlin got buffed, and they're still wrong. I'm dead serious. Like, that's the best way I can look at this. I don't care if it's a good buff. He didn't need it. This is just power creep, chat. That's all it is. It's power creep. Merlin has had 0 buffs. Tamamo had buffs. Yeah, I mean, we can argue and say like, hey, yeah, Merlin never had a buff, but the most broken unit in the game on his release did not need a buff, right? Like, Merlin is the reason y'all got break bars in the game. Merlin is still used to this day. Everybody asks, should I roll Merlin? I always tell them, yes. Like, it's he didn't need the buff. Castoria doesn't have a buff. You're right. Kukulkan doesn't have a buff. Tiamat doesn't have a buff. Melisande doesn't have a buff. You're right. We should buff them. No, we shouldn't. I'm not even going to say that. I'm not even going to, like, some sort of, like, monkey paw will curl the second that I actually complete that sentence. Okay? So, like, I ain't saying it. Buff Oberon, please. He's too depressed. Hello, Ash. Welcome home. Who is the oldest SSR without a buff? Ooh, that's a good question. Wait, hold on. Do this by servants. I think we have one for Daeon, don't we? Yeah, we got the NP interlude. It might be Marie. But yeah, if we're talking SSR only, like not Marie, but Marie Summer, sorry. Don't think you're gonna find it in year one. Did we get a Lily buff? I think we did. It was their second skill, wasn't it? Yeah, okay. Oh, here it is. Has Jack the Ripper gotten a buff? Yes. Half an NP interlude. Did Gil get one? Yep. His charm. Okay, so your first 100 units have all been buffed. G-Man has had a buff, chat. He's had an NP interlude. Angry Mango is your oldest. Angra has a buff? Does he? Wait. Does he? Oh shit, he did! You're right. Oh god. Okay, never mind. I thought I had one finally. Iskandar was the prior oldest. Shit. I think Hassan had the 100 face head to the second? No? Oh, no. NP interlude. Okay. Iries had one. Shooting's had one. Yeah, I think we're going all the way to summer, chat. Yep. Yep. No upgrades. She is our oldest unit. I'm not crying. She is our oldest unit without an upgrade. Because that's had an upgrade, that's had an upgrade, that's had an upgrade, that's had an upgrade, that's had an upgrade. All of that. I mean, Kuro's is like, I don't know that you could really call it an upgrade, right? Cleo would have also been one of the oldest. Yeah, she did get an upgrade to her skill. She went pound for pound with Ozzy until Ozzy got the second upgrade. Da-da-da. Merlin was also old. Holy shit, they hit all the old SSRs that had not had an upgrade. That might be our pattern here. That might be the actual pattern. Oh, He's had an upgrade, though. That's the worst part. He's had a skill upgrade. In fact, I think he's had 2. Yep, to his mana burst and his second skill. Yeah, Umu's your next oldest. She's never had an upgrade. So you got to go to Summer 2 to get your oldest SSR with that one. So, see, chat? I did say it should have been Summer Umu. Fran Saber, I don't know if Fran Saber's had one. Nope, she hasn't. So yeah, she needs one too. So it's like her, Marie Caster, and Caster Umu. Who knows? Maybe they'll hit them at the summer this year, right? That may be why they went in the order that they did. I would fucking kill for a MP interlude for Maid Altar. We would start to see dumb numbers, chat. Dumb numbers. Maid Altar already still does good, like, Aussie challenging numbers. And that's with reloaded memes. But imagine NP2 becoming NP1. Oh, God. And NP5 becoming NP2. Oh, God. So much damage. Sounds like Hopium. Sounds like Cat B. And Hokusai was fairly old, but still. Oh man. Not Simi. Don't do me like that, chat. Don't do me like that. Alright, let me see who all's on. This is gonna be it for me tonight, guys. I'm sending you guys over to Kuan. He's on tonight. And I will be back tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow's media share night. So if you guys want, get on the Discord, get in the content suggestion channel, and send me your videos that you guys want me to react to. Obviously, don't make them too long, but happy to entertain. We do have the live stream Wednesday mornings. So make sure you guys check out Mr. Two Love Trouble for that. He'll be live translating the JP Summer reveals. So again, I hope to see you guys there for that. And obviously, I'll be talking JP Summer with you guys on Wednesday. So again, thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for all the support. You guys know I deeply appreciate it. And I will see you guys for the next one. Good evening.